Some places in the world are best left untouched. There are vast stretches of wilderness where things lurk that defy explanation. Things that haunt the darkest corners of our nightmares. Our explorers ventured into these forbidden zones, and what they brought back are not just tales, but terrifying warnings. You might want to watch this with the lights on. My name is Marissa Kent. I am 34 years old, a lifelong resident of upstate New York, and I work as a seasonal field guide for a small outfitter based near Lake Placid. Most of the year, I spend my time escorting groups of tourists along well-marked hiking trails or teaching them the basics of snowshoeing in the Adirondack wilderness. It is a role that combines my professional training in environmental science with my personal devotion to the outdoors. I have always believed that the forest, in its vast silence, offers peace to those willing to listen. Yet there are memories I carry that do not bring peace, and when I recall them, the woods feel less like a sanctuary and more like a place that watches back. This is not a story I share lightly, but I feel it pressing at me each winter, as its silence itself resents my refusal to speak. It began in late January of last year, a season when the Adirondacks transform into a white labyrinth of ridges, frozen lakes, and evergreen corridors so heavy with snow that they seem sculpted rather than grown. That particular winter had been severe, locking the region in week after week of sub-zero temperatures. The town was quiet, tourists scarce. On my day off from guiding, I decided to take a long solo trek along one of the less traveled routes I knew well. An uphill loop that wound around the eastern shoulder of Wright Peak. I had done the trail dozens of times, both in summer and in snow, and never considered it risky. I carried the essentials: insulated clothing, poles, water in a thermos, a GPS beacon in case of emergency. I wanted solitude. Nothing more than the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of snow beneath wide aluminum shoes. The morning was crystalline, air sharp enough to sting my lungs. Sunlight scattered across the drifts like powdered glass. At first, everything was as expected. The steady rhythm of snowshoeing, the periodic chatter of a raven, the distant groan of ice shifting under unseen weight. But about an hour into the climb, the day turned peculiar. I noticed tracks. They were not the usual scatter of deer prints or the neat double lines of a snowshoe hare. These were long, deep impressions, barefoot. At first, I thought perhaps another hiker had gone out unprepared, which itself was strange given the remoteness of the trail. I bent down to inspect them more closely and felt my scalp tighten beneath my wool hat. The prints were enormous, each nearly twice the length of my own foot. The toes were spread, distinct, the kind you only see when someone is barefoot in sand. Except this was not sand. It was snow and ice, packed hard by weeks of brutal weather. Whoever, or whatever, had made them had walked barefoot in conditions that would shred human skin within minutes. I told myself that perhaps a prankster had come through, a local with an odd sense of humor carving false impressions with a carved block of wood. Yet the tracks sank deep, as if pressed by great weight. They moved uphill, cleanly, without stagger or hesitation. I followed them with an uneasy fascination, every rational thought scolding me to turn back. The ascent grew steeper. My breath fogged heavily against the cold. After several hundred yards, the prints did something I could not explain. They stopped. One step, another, and then nothing. The snow ahead lay smooth and undisturbed, as if the walker had vanished into the air. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the forest of skeletal birches and dark pines. Nothing stirred, but silence seemed to thicken, pooling heavy around me. I tried to laugh at myself, muttering aloud that snowdrifts can cover tracks, that wind erases trails quickly. But the air was still, no wind at all, and the snow surface glittered unbroken. That was when the sensation began, the prickling awareness of being observed. Not merely watched, but followed. I resumed walking faster than before, telling myself that the only sound behind me was the creak of my own snowshoes and the sigh of my jacket. Yet deep down I knew the difference. I could feel it, the presence, patient, pacing me just out of sight. My ears strained for proof, but the forest had folded itself into complete stillness, as if waiting. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing but white slopes and dark tree trunks. Half an hour passed. My pulse beat too loud in my temples, and the climb felt heavier than it should have. I told myself I would finish the loop, return to the car, and file this day away as another odd story of the woods. Then it happened. I stopped at a small clearing to drink from my thermos. When I raised it, warm metal against my lips, the liquid never touched my tongue. Something told me not to swallow, not to blink. Slowly, against every instinct to run, I turned. Between the trunks, perhaps 30 yards downslope, a pair of eyes shone. They were not the pale yellow of deer, nor the reflective green you see from foxes at night. These were deep, impossible red, glowing as if lit from within. They hung at a height too tall for any animal I knew, steady and unblinking. For one sickening instant, I thought they floated in air without a body. Then I realized the shape around them. Something broad, upright, barely distinguishable from the shadows. I froze. The eyes did not move. They only regarded me, burning in the stillness. My hand tightened so hard around the thermos that I heard the faint crack of ice inside. I wanted to shout, to demand who was there, but my throat locked. I had the sense that if I acknowledged it aloud, if I named it as real, the thing would advance. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to take one step backward. The eyes followed. Another step, deliberate, crunching snow. The figure did not emerge, did not chase, only watched. I could not endure the weight of that gaze any longer. I turned uphill and began walking as fast as the terrain allowed, poles stabbing into the drifts. My heart hammered, breath tearing at my lungs. I refused to look back again, though I felt those eyes burning into my spine. The woods stretched endless, every tree suddenly alien. Every shadow stretched like an arm reaching. At last, after what felt like hours though, it was no more than 20 minutes. The trail curved and dropped into a more familiar slope. The rational part of me insisted that I was safe, that the thing, if it existed at all, remained behind. Yet safety is a word that has never returned to me fully since that day. When I reached my car at the trailhead, the sun was already sinking, turning snowfields to blood-streaked gold. I fumbled the keys, locked the doors behind me with the urgency of a child hiding beneath blankets. My reflection in the rearview mirror startled me. I was pale, lips trembling, eyes wide as if they themselves had caught a glow from the forest. That night, I told no one. I sat in my small apartment with the lights on, staring at the frost crawling along the windows. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the red. The silence of the forest clung to me like a smell, an afterimage that would not fade. I slept little. The following morning, I woke to find snow tracked across my porch. They were not boot prints. They were wide, barefoot impressions, pressed cleanly into the thin layer of powder that had fallen overnight. They led up to my front step and stopped. No return trail. Only the suggestion that something had stood there, watching through the glass, before disappearing into nothing. That was the moment I accepted the truth. Whatever followed me on the mountain had not stayed on the mountain. I stood at the threshold of my porch, staring at the snow as though it were an opened wound. The barefoot impressions lay side by side, clean, deliberate, unmistakable. Each one was large enough that my own boot could fit within it with room to spare. The prints were darker in the snow than they should have been, as though heat had pressed them down, melting the flakes to slush before they refroze in the night. I crouched, touched the edge of one with a gloved hand, and felt that odd, brittle quality of ice that has been burned rather than chilled. I withdrew quickly, heart pounding. This was not some prank pulled by a neighbor. Nobody I knew would walk barefoot in sub-zero cold up my porch stairs, only to vanish without a trace. Besides, there was no sign of approach. No prints leading up from the street, none across the yard, nothing from the driveway. The tracks existed only at the last few steps, appearing out of nowhere, ending at my front door like a signature. For several minutes I could do nothing but stand there, my breath ghosting in short bursts, the silence of the morning pressing in. My rational mind clutched at explanations. Maybe snow had drifted strangely. Maybe ice had collapsed to mimic the shape of a foot. But the toes, splayed, distinct, grotesquely human, denied such comfort. I backed into the house and locked the door, bolted it, as though such thin barriers of wood and steel meant anything to whatever had left those impressions. That day I told myself I would not think about it. I threw myself into chores, laundry, cooking, calling my sister to talk about her kids. Yet at every lull, my thoughts dragged back to the prints, and every time I passed the front window, I felt eyes on me, as though the tree line across the street harbored something watching. By evening, I gave in and drew all the curtains, leaving the apartment shut tight like a bunker. When night fell, sleep was impossible. I lay listening to the radiator clank and sigh. Once or twice, I thought I heard movement outside. The faint crunch of snow, the shifting of weight. Each time, I reminded myself that houses groan, that wind rattles siding. But the sounds came in a rhythm, too measured for weather. At some point, near 3 in the morning, exhaustion dragged me into a shallow doze. That was when the dream came. I stood again on the mountainside clearing. Snow stretched like an endless sheet of white glass. But there were no trees, no trail, only emptiness. Then, from that blank horizon, 2 red eyes appeared. They did not advance, did not blink, but stared at me until the entire sky went dark and I was swallowed. I woke gasping, sweat slick on my skin despite the chill of the apartment. The next morning, I checked the porch. The snow was clean, fresh powder unbroken. Relief swept through me like a drug, irrational but potent. Perhaps the tracks had been nothing but fatigue and imagination. I decided to return to guiding, to reclaim normalcy. If I let fear rule me, I knew it would grow like mold in my thoughts. For several days, life returned to routine. I led 2 small groups on snowshoe treks, pointing out deer trails, teaching them how to identify spruce from fir. I forced cheer into my voice, laughed when they slipped, smiled for photographs. But in the quiet moments, when the tourists lagged behind or the forest fell still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, searching the tree line for red eyes. One afternoon, returning from a trip, I stopped at the grocery store. The fluorescent lights, the chatter of strangers, the shuffle of carts. It all felt jarringly bright, too ordinary. I caught my reflection in the freezer doors and almost startled. My face looked paler, thinner, the eyes ringed with sleepless shadows. I turned away, embarrassed by the thought that anyone might notice how haunted I seemed. That night, the silence returned. I lay awake, clutching my pillow, certain I would hear footsteps on the porch again. Hours passed. Then, faint but undeniable, there came a single knock at the door. Not a hurried rap, not the fumbling of a drunk neighbor. One knock, slow, deliberate. I sat up in bed, heart in my throat. The clock read 20:17 a.m. My first thought was to call the police. But what would I tell them? That a phantom barefoot giant had visited me in the night. I sat frozen, every muscle locked, listening. After a full minute, another knock. Just one. I crept to the window, peeled the curtain back a fraction. The porch lay empty, bathed in moonlight. No figure, no prints visible. Yet the knock had been real. I could still feel it echo in the wood. I let the curtain fall and pressed my back to the wall, whispering prayers I had not spoken since childhood. By dawn, exhaustion hollowed me. I made coffee so strong it scalded my throat, then stepped outside to check the porch. Again, the prints were there. Only two this time, side by side, facing the door. They looked newer, sharper, as if pressed just hours before. I snapped a photograph with my phone, needing proof, though the image chilled me even more. It made the prints seem even larger, more alien. That day, I finally confided in someone. My coworker Daniel, another guide at the outfitter, noticed my distraction. When he pressed, I admitted I had seen something on the mountain, that I had found strange tracks near my home. I left out the details of glowing eyes and nightly knocks. Still, he frowned, saying he'd heard odd stories from hunters. Rumors of a barefoot wanderer glimpsed in the high peaks. Old folks call it the Walker, he said, shrugging. Some backwoods legend. Big guy with eyes like coals. Supposed to follow you if you see it. He laughed, but it was uneasy, forced. The name lodged in me like a thorn, the Walker. Over the next week, things escalated. The knocks became regular, every 2 or 3 nights, always a single rap at impossible hours. I stopped sleeping entirely, existing in a haze of caffeine and dread. Once, while brushing my teeth, I caught movement in the mirror. 2 red points hovering behind me. I spun, nearly slipping, but the bathroom was empty. Another night, as I lay in bed with the lamp on, the bulb flickered and died. The darkness pressed so thick I thought I could taste it. My phone lit the room dimly, but when I raised it, the camera lens caught something the eye could. Not a faint glimmer of red reflected in the glass of the window, staring in. I dropped the phone, shattering its case, and did not retrieve it until morning. By then I was unraveling. Friends noticed, asked if I was ill. I invented excuses. But the truth gnawed at me. This thing had marked me. It was not merely visiting, not merely haunting. It was waiting. One evening, desperate for some answer, I returned to the trail where it had begun. The sky was low with clouds, the air heavy with impending snow. I followed the loop uphill, searching the drifts for any sign of those barefoot impressions. For nearly an hour, I saw nothing but my own tracks. Relief almost convinced me I had dreamed it all. But then, at the clearing where I had first seen the eyes, I found them again. Prints. Fresh, wide, leading in a perfect line toward the very spot where I stood. I followed with shaking hands, heart galloping. The trail stopped abruptly again, ending in unbroken snow. I turned in a slow circle, and there it was. Closer this time, no more than 20 yards away. A figure rising among the trees, taller than any man, broader than any animal. The body was vague, blurred against the shadows, but the eyes burned vivid and steady. They fixed on me with an intensity that froze my blood. I stumbled back, nearly falling, then forced myself to run. My poles flailed, snow spraying as I careened downhill. Branches whipped my arms, tore at my jacket. I did not look back. Not once, terrified of what I might see if I did. When I burst into the trailhead clearing, lungs searing, I felt a strange certainty. The walker had allowed me to escape. It could have taken me then, but it hadn't. It was patient. It wanted something else. That night, I locked every door and window, shoved furniture against the frame. Yet when the clock passed 200 a.m., the knock came again. One single, steady rap echoing through the silence. I sat in the dark with tears streaming down my face, knowing now there was no running. Because the walker was not bound to the mountain. It had followed me home. And it was only getting closer. I lived the following days in a kind of waking paralysis. The routine of existence remained. I ate, I drank. I put on my jacket and boots for guiding shifts. But everything else hollowed out, stripped of color. Like a dream you know is collapsing even as you cling to it. Each night I waited for the knock, and each night it came, at nearly the same hour. Steady as a pulse. The dread was not in the sound itself, but in its certainty. It was as though I had been scheduled, a time carved into the darkness where the walker marked me again and again. I tried to resist the temptation to look. Each knock left me trembling, biting my tongue until it bled. Afraid that if I acknowledged the thing beyond the door, it would cross the threshold. But human curiosity corrodes discipline. On the 7th night, I failed. The rap came. My heart lurched. Instead of freezing, I crept toward the door, each board beneath my feet groaning as if warning me away. The peephole was small, blurred by frost, but I pressed my eye to it anyway. For a moment, I saw only black. Then, faint and searing, 2 red points flared in the dark. They were so close I thought the glass might melt. I fell backward, slamming into the wall, scrambling on hands and knees, until I reached the bedroom and barricaded myself inside. I waited until morning, praying I would not hear the sound of the knob turning, the door bursting. It never came. Yet when dawn arrived, I found the prints again. This time not on the porch but inside. A trail of them, wet and dark on my living room floor, leading to the base of the stairs. As though the walker had climbed only so far before vanishing. I do not remember screaming, but my throat was raw when I called Daniel. I told him everything. The eyes, the porch, the prints, the dream. My voice shook with desperation. He was silent for a long moment, then asked where I was. I told him home. He swore and told me to meet him at his cabin, a 20-minute drive into the woods, where hunters sometimes gathered. Don't stay there another night, he said. Bring clothes, food, whatever you need. Just don't stay. I packed without thought, stuffing bags, shoving them into the car. The whole time, I felt watched, as though eyes burned through walls and curtains alike. I did not check the porch. I drove fast, too fast for icy roads, heart hammering with each curve. The forest seemed endless, trees stretching like sentinels, snow hissing under my tires. When at last I reached Daniel's cabin, the relief was so powerful I nearly wept. His cabin was small but warm, lit by a wood stove. He listened as I poured out my story again, every detail. His expression grew darker. "My grandfather used to talk about it," he said quietly. "Said there was something in these mountains older than us. Not an animal, not a man. Something in between. They called it the red-eyed walker. It doesn't kill right away. It waits, follows, marks. When it chooses you, it doesn't stop." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss it as folklore, but the memory of those prints on my floor, the words in my throat. "Then what do I do?" I whispered. Daniel shook his head. "I don't know. Some say you can drive it off with fire. Others say once it's seen you, there's no end." He reached for the rifle above the mantel, checked the chamber, and handed it to me. "If it comes here, we fight." That night we stayed awake, taking shifts, one watching while the other rested. The hours dragged. At 2 a.m., the knock came. One single rap on the cabin door. I felt my blood drain as Daniel raised the rifle, finger tense on the trigger. The knock did not repeat. We waited until dawn, nerves shredded, the silence heavier than any storm. When I stepped outside that morning, the snow was clean. No prints. But in the tree line, the shadows felt deeper, the air colder. I knew it was not gone, only patient. Over the next 2 days, we tried to act normal. Daniel chopped wood, I cooked, we pretended at ordinary tasks. But the walker's presence pressed at us, thick as humidity. Sometimes, when I looked out the window, I swore I glimpsed red flickers among the trees, like embers refusing to die. On the third night, we both dozed despite ourselves. That was when the dream came again. This time I was not on the mountain but in the cabin. I dreamed I sat in the chair by the stove. Across from me, in Daniel's place, it sat. The walker. Its shape was indistinct. More shadow than flesh, but the eyes burned steady. When it leaned forward, I felt heat radiating off it, as though its body were a furnace. It whispered, though its lips never moved. "You cannot leave me." I woke screaming. Daniel shook me, pale and wide-eyed, swearing he had heard a voice too, deep and low, whispering through the walls. We both grabbed the rifle and lanterns, searching every corner. Nothing. Only silence, thick and strangling. The next morning, Daniel insisted we leave. "Maybe if we get far enough, maybe if you put distance, it'll lose you." We packed, loading his truck with supplies. The plan was to head south, to his cousin's place near Albany. But as we pulled onto the road, snow began to fall. Thick, heavy flakes. The sky darkened, clouds pressing low. Within an hour, we were crawling through a whiteout, tires slipping, visibility vanishing. The forest seemed to close around us, endless, suffocating. Then the truck lurched. Daniel swore, braking hard. Ahead, in the blizzard's blur, a figure stood. Tall, dark, upright. Red eyes burning through the veil of snow. Daniel gunned the engine. The figure did not move. But when we reached the spot, there was nothing. Only the prints, barefoot, burned into the snow. I looked back through the window, and in the storm I saw dozens of them. Not one walker. Many. Shadows with red eyes lining the tree line. Watching, we drove on, hearts hammering, until the storm forced us back. By dusk, we were once again at the cabin, shaken and silent. That night, the knocks came not once but 3 times, slow and measured, rattling the door in its frame. I do not know when I fell asleep, only that when I woke, Daniel was gone. The door was open, snow blown across the floor. His boots remained by the fire. I screamed his name, ran into the snow barefoot, tears freezing on my face. The forest echoed nothing back. Only silence, heavy and final. I found the prints in the clearing. Daniel's tracks wandered, erratic, as if he had been led like a sleepwalker. Then they ended. Beside them were larger prints, barefoot, pressed deep, leading away into the woods. I followed until my legs gave out, collapsing in the snow, sobbing. When I looked up, the trees seemed to lean, their shadows alive. The eyes were everywhere, watching from every direction. I stumbled back to the cabin, locked myself inside, and have not left since. Days have blurred. I do not know how many. My food dwindles. My phone no longer finds service. At night, the knocks never stop. Sometimes they circle the cabin, rapping at windows, at the back door, at the roof itself. Sometimes I hear voices, low and muttering, whispering my name. I write this now in the hope that someone will find it, that my words will carry beyond this place. Even if I do not, if you are reading, know this: the walker is real. It follows. It waits. It does not tire, does not forget. Once its eyes find you, they never look away. And tonight, as I write by the last dim light of the stove, I hear not one knock but many. Dozens, all at once, on every wall of the cabin. The sound is steady, unified, a heartbeat of wood and bone. The walker is no longer alone. My name is Daniel Reyes, and I have made my living as a fisherman for most of my adult life. The waters have always been where I felt most at home, whether it was the open expanse of the Gulf of the Winding, murky veins of the bayou that twisted through our part of Louisiana. The water was my livelihood, my peace, and sometimes my only company. To some, the bayou is a place of shadows and ghosts, a swampy labyrinth of cypress trees draped in Spanish moss where strange noises echo and vanish without explanation. To me, it was familiar, almost comforting, though I knew well enough to respect its dangers. Gators, snakes, sudden shifts in current. These were hazards I could read like a second language. I thought I knew the rhythm of those waters. I thought I knew every sound, every ripple, every trick of wind and tide. I was wrong. That evening last autumn had started no differently than a dozen others. The sun was bleeding out behind the trees, turning the horizon orange and red, the air thick with the smell of brine and mud. I had pushed my skiff along a narrow finger of the bayou, poles squeaking against the shallow bottom, until I reached a bend where the water deepened into a still, glassy pool. This was where I liked to cast my nets at dusk. Fish liked the shaded depths, and with luck, I could bring home enough to sell at the docks in the morning, and still have some left over to keep in the cooler for myself. It was a life of routine, and I found a kind of comfort in that. My hands knew the motions without thought, my body swaying with the skiff as if the water itself accepted me as part of its rhythm. The first few casts were ordinary. I hauled in catfish, a couple of bass, nothing unusual. The mosquitoes whined around me, and I slapped them from the back of my neck. An owl hooted somewhere upriver. The bayou was alive in its usual way. But then the sound came, faint at first, slipping between the other noises, so subtle I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. It was not splashing, nor the churn of fish. It was not the hiss of a gator sliding under. It was breathing. Long, slow, deliberate breaths, drawn in and out just beneath the surface. It was the kind of sound that prickles the hairs on your arms before your brain even decides what you've heard. I froze, the net half coiled in my hands, my ears straining. Another breath, deeper this time, vibrating through the water, rolling outward like the tremor of some submerged lung. I remember whispering aloud, "What the hell?" As if speaking would somehow normalize it, make it part of the catalog of ordinary bayou noises. But the sound didn't belong. It was too steady, too intentional. Whatever was making it was not a fish, not an alligator, not anything I could account for in the ledger of creatures I had known all my life. The surface of the pool quivered once, barely ripple, then smoothed again into glass. I felt eyes on me, though I saw nothing. My hand tightened on the net until the rope dug into my skin. The sensible thing would have been to pull away, return to the open channels where the water at least had room to breathe without me. But curiosity, that old enemy, rooted me in place. Fisherman. No better than to chase mysteries in the dark. Yet there I was, heart drumming, listening to something breathe underwater. Minutes stretched. I told myself, maybe it was a manatee that had wandered too far inland, though I had never seen one this deep in the bayou. I told myself it could be two gators, their sounds overlapping in some strange rhythm. Lies I fed myself to smooth the edges of fear. But then I heard it again, closer now, as though whatever it was had drifted nearer without breaking the surface. I could feel it, not just hear it, the way the water pressed against the skiff. A subtle shift in balance, like the current was being drawn around something massive just beneath me. The instinct to leave came sharp and sudden, but pride is a stubborn anchor. I stayed, pretending I was not rattled, pretending I was the master of these waters. It was my mistake. The sun had dipped lower, shadows crawling across the bayou, and I decided to cast once more before pulling out. My arms arsed the net wide, the weight slapping the surface. For a heartbeat, everything was normal. Then the water under the net exhaled. I felt it through the soles of my feet, through the boards of the skiff. A hollow, cavernous rush of air from beneath. The net jerked downward, as though caught by something rising. My hands burned against the rope as I hauled back with everything in me, stumbling to keep balance. The surface broke for an instant, just enough to show movement that was not water. Dark, slick, glistening with a skin I had never seen on any fish or reptile. And then, before my eyes could make sense of it, the net shredded like tissue, weight scattering, the water hiving back into silence. I dropped to my knees, panting, staring at the ruined rope in my hands. My nets were heavy cord, strong enough to hold a thrashing gator, yet whatever was beneath had torn through it like cobweb. I leaned over the edge, peering into the depths, but the water was black with dusk, unbroken. The breathing was gone. Only the regular noises of the swamp returned. Frogs, insects, the distant call of night birds. If not for the ruined net, I might have doubted my own senses. Might have told myself I was tired, that I had imagined the sound and the tearing. But I am a man who knows the feel of rope in his hands, the weight of fish in a net. What happened was real. I pulled hard, backing the skiff away from the pool, every nerve alive with dread. I wanted distance between myself and whatever had chosen to reveal itself. Yet even as I moved, I felt the water follow. It is hard to explain, but anyone who has spent their life afloat will understand the bayou has moods, and you can sense when something shifts in its undercurrent. The skiff glided too smoothly, as if the water beneath was drawn along with me. I did not dare look back, though my mind's eye saw something sliding just under the surface, keeping pace. I told myself not to panic, not to capsize in my own fear, but my hands trembled on the pole. When I finally reached the wider channel, I rowed until the muscles in my arms screamed, not slowing until the docks appeared in the lantern light. Even then, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see ripples chasing me. But the water lay calm, the night ordinary once more. I tied up fast, left my gear, and stumbled up the planks like a drunk. Only once I reached the dry dirt of home did I let myself breathe fully again. I did not tell anyone that night. Fishermen are a superstitious breed, and I knew what kind of looks I'd get if I said I had heard the bayou itself breathing. They'd think I was drunk, or worse, that the swamp had gotten into my head. So I kept it quiet. But I also knew I could not stay away. Curiosity is cruel. Once you've glimpsed something impossible, you have to go back, if only to prove to yourself it was real. And somewhere deep down, I think that thing in the water knew I would return. I did not sleep well after that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of lungs the size of houses, hidden under the water, exhaling in slow, tidal waves. I'd wake with sweat cooling on my back, the phantom sound of breathing still echoing in my ears. The ruined net lay in the corner of my shed like a silent accusation, the ragged edges of cord mocking me. Whenever I tried to convince myself, I had imagined the whole thing. I patched other nets and forced myself to go out on the Gulf for a few days, staying away from the bayou. But the pull of it gnawed at me. I could not let it rest. 3 days later, I returned. The sun was low again when I pushed my skiff down the channel, the pole biting into the muck as I shoved off. My friends at the docks had laughed at me earlier for avoiding the bayou, though I never told them the reason why. Fishermen have their secrets, and this one I carried alone. I told myself I was going back only to reclaim what was mine. The water was my workplace, my bread, and I would not let fear drive me from it. But deep down, I knew I was going because I needed to hear it again. I needed to know it wasn't just the invention of fatigue or imagination. The air that evening was thick, the kind that stuck to your lungs when you breathed. The bayou smelled heavy, alive, the kind of smell you only noticed when you were trying not to. I poled slowly toward the bend, my pulse quickening with every yard. When the pool came into view, wide and dark, I hesitated. The last rays of sunlight brushed the tops of the cypress, leaving the water in shadow. The place looked ordinary, too ordinary. Nothing stirred. For a long time I sat there, skiff drifting, listening. Nothing but frogs. No breathing. No ripples. I nearly convinced myself to cast again when I heard it. The breath rolled out low and long from the far side of the pool. A deliberate sound, like bellows worked by unseen hands, rising from deep under the surface. I gripped the pole tighter, trying to steady myself. My heart hammered as I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the black water. Again it came, closer this time, pressing against the boards of the skiff. The wood groaned faintly as if responding to weight below. I whispered, "What are you?" My voice cracked like a boy's. The water broke. Just for a second, something surfaced, smooth, dark, glistening, and slid away again before I could fully grasp its shape. Not a fish, not an alligator, not even close. The glimpse was enough to send a jolt through me, but not enough to satisfy the hunger in my mind. I needed to see it fully. Recklessness is kin to curiosity, and I carried both in abundance. Instead of retreating, I drew in my line and lit the lantern fixed to the prow. Its glow fell across the surface, casting shivering gold ripples. I hoped it might draw the thing closer, or at least show me its silhouette. The sound of breathing deepened, So close now I felt it in my ribs. Then the water bulged, and something rose. At first, I thought it was a log, slick with algae, lifting up from the depths. But logs do not pulse. Logs do not expand and contract like living flesh. I watched in paralyzed awe as a shape emerged just beneath the surface, never breaking through, only pressing up enough to reveal a dome, like mass the size of a horse. Water streamed over it as it shifted, and with every motion, I heard the inhalation and exhalation of longer than I could imagine. The lantern light skittered across skin and seemed both scaled and smooth, like fish hide stretched over something too solid, too deliberate. My stomach turned cold. I realized then that the thing was not simply under the water. It was the water, or part of it. Like the pool itself was its body, and I was floating above its chest. The thought made me dizzy. The skiff rocked once, hard. My lantern swung, throwing wild shadows. I dropped the pole and clutched the sides, teeth clenched to keep from crying out. The thing below shifted again, and the air filled with a low moan. Not human, not animal, but resonant enough to make the cypress leaves tremble. I wanted to flee. Every sane part of me screamed to push off, to row until my arms gave out. But I sat frozen, unable to move. Then, slowly, the breathing shifted. It grew faster, shallower, as though the thing had grown agitated. Or excited. My skin prickled. I thought of how fish struggle when caught, how their gills flutter in panic. I realized with a sick drop in my gut that the breathing did not just belong to the thing. It was matching mine. Every inhale, every exhale, it mirrored me, like some grotesque echo. My chest clenched. I tried to hold my breath. The sound below held its breath, too. I let mine out in a shaky gust, and the water groaned with it. That broke me. I snatched the lantern, snuffing it with a shaking hand, and shoved the pole into the muck with frantic force. The skiff shot backward, scraping branches, my arms burning with effort. I did not care if I tipped, I just needed distance. Behind me, the pool rippled once, twice, then fell still. The breathing faded into silence. I did not stop until I reached the wider waterway. Only then did I collapse onto the boards, lungs hiving, sweat soaking my shirt. The night pressed close, heavy with cicadas, but all I heard was the phantom echo of that breath in my skull. Back at the docks, I sat in the dark for an hour, staring at the ruined lantern and trembling hands. I thought of telling someone, but who? Who would believe me if I said the bayou itself had lungs? Even I doubted myself, and I had seen it with my own eyes. I locked the story inside my chest, though every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shifting dome beneath the water. But the story would not stay buried. A week later, word reached me that a boy had gone missing 2 parishes over. His skiff was found drifting, nets tangled and torn. Folks said a gator must have tipped him. Others said he drowned after drinking too much. I listened quietly, but my stomach twisted with certainty. The details were too close. That night, when the house was quiet, I laid awake and stared at the ceiling. A thought grew in me, unwelcome but insistent. What if the thing in the creek was not just mine to see? What if it was always there, waiting, choosing who it revealed itself to? And what if it did not always let them leave? The image of that boy, his empty skiff circling in the current, haunted me worse than my own encounter. I could not shake the idea that I had been given a warning, a glimpse of something vast and indifferent, and that I had escaped only because it allowed me to. The bayou had secrets, I knew that much. But this was something else entirely. I tried to stay away after that, focusing on the Gulf, on easier waters. But every channel leads back to the swamp eventually, and no matter how I steered, my eyes always turned inland. I knew the thing was waiting. I knew the next time, it might not let me go. I tried to resist, I truly did. After the boy went missing, after the talk at the docks and the whispers in town, I told myself I would never set foot in that bend of the bayou again. But fear has a way of fermenting into obsession, and silence becomes unbearable when you know there's something vast and hidden breathing just out of sight. Every net I hauled in on the Gulf, every ordinary catch of bass or catfish felt empty. I was going through the motions of my work, while the memory of that dome of flesh under the water lived rent-free in my skull. Weeks passed. Then one evening, while cleaning my nets, I heard it again. Not from the bayou, not carried by water, but in my own chest. I was breathing steady, but the sound seemed doubled, as though my lungs had grown another pair inside the creek. The realization chilled me. If I listened too closely, I could still hear its rhythm in the background of my days, pulsing under every sound, a second heartbeat. The choice was taken from me. I had to go back. The night I returned, the air was thick with fog, rolling low over the swamp like the breath of some sleeping animal. My skiff slid into the channel, boards creaking as though reluctant to carry me. The lantern I had brought cast a weak, yellow glow that only made the mist feel closer. Every splash of my pole in the water echoed unnaturally, bouncing back too fast, as if the bayou were shrinking around me. When I reached the bend, the pool was waiting. Still black, its surface unbroken. The cypress trees leaned over like spectators at a play, their moss curtains swaying in the faint wind. I set the lantern down and tried to steady my shaking hands. This time I did not cast a net. This time I only sat, waiting. The first breath rose from beneath like thunder rolling under the floorboards of the world. The water trembled, the skiff rocked gently, and I closed my eyes, swallowing the bile in my throat. Another breath followed, slower, deeper, until the rhythm of it folded itself over mine. I felt my chest sensing to it against my will. My lungs pulled into its tempo. The surface bulged. A slick dome broke just below the lantern glow. But it did not sink away this time. It lingered, heaving as though savoring the air. I stared, every muscle rigid. Then, to my horror, the dome split. Not like jaws, not like gills. Something else entirely, something impossible. A fissure opened, revealing a dark hollow within. And from it came not just the sound of breath, but the smell of it damp, earthy, ancient, like the exhale of a cavern sealed for centuries. I gagged, but could not move. My body was no longer mine. The hollow seemed to pull me forward, my will bending. I realized then with a sick clarity that it was not just lungs beneath the water. It was a mouth wide enough to swallow the pool whole, and it was calling me. The skiff lurched. A current rose, circling the pool, dragging me inward. I grabbed the pole and dug into the mud, but it slid uselessly, the water slick with strength I could not fight. The lantern toppled, its light swinging wildly before hissing out in the water. Darkness swallowed everything. In the black, the sound of breathing filled me, inside and out. My chest rose and fell against its rhythm, no longer mine to command. I choked, trying to resist, but my lungs would not obey. Every inhale felt borrowed, every exhale stolen. I heard the water slap against the sides of the skiff, as if unseen hands were pushing me closer. Then the voice came. Not a word, not in any language, but a voice all the same. It rose out of the breathing, a low vibration that crawled into my bones. My name, not spoken but known. Daniel. The sound of it inside me nearly broke my mind. The water throbbed with it, ripples slamming the boat until I nearly tipped. Through the fog of terror, I managed a whisper. "What do you want?" The answer was another breath, so deep it rattled the cypress trunks. And in that breath, I understood. It wanted me. Not my boat, not my nets, not even my body. It wanted the rhythm of me. My breath, my life, the beat of my lungs folded into its own endless tide. It wanted to make me part of the water. I screamed. Not in words, just a raw sound ripped from my throat. The skiff jerked violently, and for an instant I thought I would be dragged under. But in that moment of refusal, the current broke. The water stilled. The dome sank, leaving only the sound of my own ragged breaths. Silence. I waited trembling, sure it would return, but the bayou was empty. The fog thinned. The night reclaimed its ordinary chorus of frogs and insects, as if nothing had happened. I pulled backward, slow at first, then frantically, fleeing until my arms ached and the docks loomed ahead. I collapsed on the planks, coughing, lungs burning. For a long time I lay there, staring up at the indifferent stars, feeling every breath with sick suspicion. Was it mine? Or was it still echoing me from the water? That was months ago. I have not gone back to that pool since, though every day I feel its presence in the corner of my chest. Some nights, I wake certain the air around me is not my own, that I am still caught in its rhythm. The fishermen talk of more disappearances now. Skiffs found drifting, nets torn. They blame gators, storms, bad luck. I say nothing. I know better. I have considered leaving, moving inland, away from rivers and creeks, away from the bay's endless veins. But water is everywhere. Even in my kitchen sink, I hear the echo sometimes, the faint suggestion of a breath beneath the drain. I cannot escape it. I write this not as confession but as warning. The thing in the creek does not sleep. It waits. It chooses. And when it decides to breathe with you, you will know. You will feel it in your ribs, in the marrow of your bones, until you no longer know where your lungs end and its lungs begin. If you ever find yourself on a quiet bend of water at dusk and you hear the bayou exhale, do not linger. Do not listen. Leave your nets. Leave your pride and go. Because once it knows your breath, it never lets go. And sometimes, when the night is stillest, I wonder if one evening, without realizing it, I will simply forget to breathe on my own. And when I do, the creek will breathe for me. My name is Caleb Dorsey, and I was born and raised in the narrow valleys and wooded ridges of southern West Virginia. Folks around here don't bother much with what outsiders think of us. But if you've ever driven down into these hollers, you know it's the kind of place where stories to the land, the way fog clings to the trees. We don't need to invent monsters when the ground itself seems old enough to remember them. That's where I first heard about the Lantern Man, a tale told in low voices on porches after dark, a shadow with a light that burns without smoke or wick, guiding the foolish off the trail. I never believed it, not really. I thought it was just one of those warnings meant to keep kids from wandering at night. I suppose it would help to explain the kind of boy I was. I had a restless streak that didn't quiet, even after I grew into a man. Hunting, trapping, hiking. I couldn't stand to sit still. My father worked the mines. his lungs already shot by the time I was in high school. My mother worked double shifts at the nursing home, and neither of them had time to worry about what I was doing, as long as I came home alive. Most evenings I'd take to the woods, sometimes with friends, more often alone. The forest was a place I felt I belonged. Its silence honest in a way people rarely were. The first time I heard the Lantern Man mentioned was at the town's autumn bonfire. I was 15, standing around with the older boys, trying to look tougher than I was. One of them, a cousin of mine named Roy, started in on the story. He said the Lantern Man wasn't a ghost. Exactly, but something older, something tied to the land. He carried a light that could be seen deep in the hollers, and if you followed it, you'd never find your way back. Some said he was a miner who'd died underground, carrying his lamp still. Others whispered he was no man at all but a trickster spirit, feeding on the fear of the lost. Roy said his uncle once saw the glow floating between the sycamores by Coal Creek, and that the man who followed it came back days later, clothes torn, eyes empty, never speaking again. I laughed along, because that's what you did. But the truth is I felt something shift in my gut hearing it. The kind of story that feels like it doesn't need to be true to matter. Years passed, and the Lantern Man slipped into that back corner of memory where childhood tales go, collecting dust. Until one fall night when I was 26. I'd been working at the sawmill, and after a long shift, decided to walk the ridge trail home instead of cutting down the road. The moon was thin, the woods brittle with cold, and the leaves cracked underfoot with every step. It was near Coal Creek, the same place Roy once mentioned, when I noticed a glow through the trees. At first I thought it was a campfire. The light was soft and steady, golden. The kind of warmth you don't question when you've been in the dark too long. Something in me hesitated. I knew these woods. There shouldn't have been anyone camping that far back without me knowing. Still, curiosity bit harder than caution. I stepped off the trail, crunching through leaf litter, following the glow. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest grew. No crickets, no owls, just the sound of my boots and my breath. I walked another 100 yards and stopped dead. There it was, a man, or the shape of one, standing among the trees. He was tall, his shoulders narrow, his head bent low as though weighed down. In his right hand he carried a lantern, a dull iron thing, glowing with a steady, unnatural flame. It didn't flicker. It didn't smoke. It burned with the steadiness of something not quite alive. I opened my mouth to call out, but no sound came. He didn't move toward me. He only lifted the lantern, as if an offering, and turned. The light spread ahead of him, deeper into the woods. And like a fool, I followed. At first I tried to tell myself it was some hunter or drifter. Maybe even an old timer still using oil lamps instead of flashlights. But the longer I walked, the more wrong it felt. His steps made no sound. His outline seemed to shiver like heat haze. Sometimes he was farther than he should have been, sometimes closer. I never saw him move. Just exist at new distances, as if his space between us had shifted. The woods changed too. Trees I didn't recognize crowded the path, roots thick and twisted. My sense of direction, the one thing I always trusted, slipped. I turned once, looking back, but the trail was gone. Only shadows and silence stretched behind me. Ahead, the lantern still glowed, patient. Fear should have stopped me then. I don't know why it didn't. Something in that light pulled, like a rope tied around my chest. My legs ached. but I couldn't make them stop. The man never turned to show me his face. I don't know how long I followed. An hour, maybe more. Time didn't move the way it should. My watch had stopped, the hand stuck at midnight, though I knew I'd left work well before then. And the strangest thing, I never heard my own footsteps echo, though I was walking. It was like the forest had swallowed sound whole. When at last the lantern stopped, we were in a hollow I'd never seen before. The ground sank in a perfect bow, ringed with sycamores whose trunks leaned like they'd been bent on purpose. The figure stood at the center, lantern raised high. That was the first time I thought to look at his face. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't a face at all, not like ours. Where skin should have been, there was only darkness, like looking into the mouth of a mine shaft. Yet I felt eyes inside it, old and aware. The lantern burned brighter, casting sharp light that showed me something worse. The ground all around was littered with objects, boots, coats, canteens, scattered like offerings. Some looked fresh, others rotted down to scraps. I took a step back, finally choking on the fear I'd ignored. That's when he lowered the lantern. The glow shrank, pulling inward like a tide receding, until the hollow was dark again. Only 2 pinpoints of light remained. His eyes, or what passed for them, watching me. The next thing I remember, I was stumbling back onto the road near Coal Creek, dawn breaking over the ridges. My clothes were torn, my boots muddy, but I couldn't recall the path I'd taken. I walked home in a daze, convinced I'd dreamed it. Except when I emptied my pockets, I found something I'd never owned before, a brass matchbox, engraved with initials I didn't recognize, worn nearly smooth. And ever since that night, I've seen the glow again. Sometimes on the ridgeline, sometimes in the hollow near the creek. Always waiting, always watching. And deep down, I know it isn't finished with me yet. I didn't sleep right after that. The first few nights, I left the matchbox on the kitchen table and lay on the couch with the lamp on, telling myself it was just a trinket someone dropped. The brass felt older than anything I owned, edges smooth from years of pocket, wear, lid etched with initials so rubbed. Down they were more suggestion than letters. When I finally rubbed a pencil across paper and pressed the box under it to catch the impression, the marks came up faint L and maybe B or R and K, depending how you looked. The hinge worked cleanly. Inside were 3 wooden matches that smelled faintly of creosote, and a curl of something like black thread, brittle as a dead spider. I set the whole thing in a drawer and closed it. The next morning it was on the counter beside my coffee mug. I told myself I'd put it there half asleep. I took it back to the drawer, shut it hard, and stacked a skillet on top for good measure. When I came home that night, I found it in my jacket pocket where I keep my wallet. That was the first time I got genuinely angry. I walked it down to the creek, popped the lid, and tossed the matches and that little black curl into the water. They sank without bobbing. The box I threw as hard as I could across the current. It hit a rock, rang dull, and disappeared in the deeper channel. When I got home, the box was waiting on the kitchen table, the matches dry inside. The curl of black thread coiled exactly as before. I didn't tell many people about the Lantern Man. You learn fast around here that some stories are safe to share and some get you a look that sticks. My cousin Roy, though, he'd always been a good listener. Loud and full of it most days, sure, but with a decent heart. We drank on his back steps after work that Friday, watching the last of the light run off the ridge, and I told him what I'd seen. He didn't laugh. He got quiet in that way folks do when you've said something that touches an older fear. I told you about him for a reason. Cale, he said finally, thumb working a groove in the railing. You think I pulled that story out of thin air? Uncle Dale followed a light in '98. Came back 3 days later with frost in his hair, though it was October. Never spoke right again. Wouldn't go past the mailbox after dark. He had something in his pocket too, a little brass snuff tin. My aunt said it showed up after he went missing. Every time she threw it out, it came back. What happened to it? Went with him into the ground. Roy took a long drink and stared toward the tree line. My aunt says that's why the ground sank over his grave. I told him about the hollow with the leaning sycamores, about the ring of cast-off things. He nodded like he recognized the place, and that chilled me worse than the memory. You want to see if it's there in daylight? He asked. We went the next morning with a thermos of coffee and the stubborn certainty daylight always gives, that the world behaves when the sun's on it. I took a compass and a length of orange flagging tape, more to keep my hands busy than because I thought I'd need them. We started from the trail I knew by heart, cut toward Coal Creek, where the ground bowls down into gullies that hold cold longer than anywhere else. Birds were loud. Squirrels skittered. Normal. I followed the memory of where I'd turned off, the lay of the hills still sharp in me. 2 hours became 3. We found a dozen hollows, and not one that felt like the right one. Every time we thought we'd walked a circle, the compass said we hadn't. The tape fluttered behind us from saplings in bright, mocking flags. By early afternoon, the light went flat, the kind of gray that erases features and makes the woods look like a repeating set. Roy stopped and cocked his head. You hear that? He whispered. I held my breath. The woods had fallen strangely thin, not silent exactly, but threaded with a sound like someone breathing through a reed. We found nothing, and that might have been worse. We split at the fork and agreed to meet back at the old quarry road by an hour past noon. We were both there early, both pretending we hadn't been relieved to see the other appear. Roy looked older than the day before. Those lines around his mouth had sunk into his skin. That evening, I took the matchbox to my mother's place. She was on a double shift at the nursing home, and I used the spare key to leave it on her kitchen table, because, coward that I am, I needed somebody besides me to look at it. I didn't write a note. I barely slept. When I dragged myself to her porch at sunrise, the matchbox wasn't there. I thought maybe she'd thrown it out without a second look and felt this surprising wash of shame for making my own mother part of whatever this was. The shame lasted until I unlocked my front door and saw the matchbox sitting on the step inside, as if left there by a careful hand. I tried something I'm not proud of. I took the box to the church and left it at the base of the wooden cross behind the pulpit, because I thought, in some bone, deep childish way, that a room used for prayers would be stronger than whatever force kept turning the thing up in my house. I sat in the last pew and waited. After an hour, I went home. When I pulled off my boots, the matchbox slid out from beside my sock, warm against my ankle like it had been there all day. It wasn't just the box. I started waking up with a film of grit on my teeth that tasted like coal. Once I found black smudges across my pillow that weren't grease and weren't dirt, but something finer, as if smoke could leave fingerprints. Twice I sat up thinking someone was standing in the bedroom, doorway holding a light. Both times the hallway was empty, but the after image of that round glow swam in my vision like I'd stared into the sun. I told myself I'd stop walking at night, but that wasn't true. It's a lie we tell. How we'll simply not do the thing we can't stop thinking about. 3 nights after the church, I saw the glow again from the kitchen window. It hung at the edge of the yard, beyond the fence where the grass gives up to trees, low and steady, as if someone had set a lantern on a stump and walked away. I called Roy before I could talk myself out of it. He was at my place in 10 minutes. Boots untied, coat thrown over a T-shirt. I brought rope, he said, trying for a grin and failing. We tied one end around my waist and the other around his, an old rescue habit we'd used when crossing high water. I took a flashlight, not because I thought it would help, but because holding something made me feel less like a child. We crossed the yard. The light didn't retreat like it had before. It waited, patient. Roy squeezed the rope between 2 fingers like he could feel its fate in it and said, "If I pull twice, you yank hard. If I pull 3, you cut it. Don't be noble." The ground dipped and the trees closed, and the light moved between them like it belonged to the spaces, not to a hand. I tried once to raise my flashlight and look beyond, but the beam hit a wall of dark that swallowed it. The rope tugged steady at my waist, a comfort as dumb and physical as a hand on the shoulder. We came to a place where the scent changed. The cold had an edge of iron to it, and something else like wet stone. I recognized it a beat later, the smell of an old mine. The breath that leaks out of mouth like openings in the hills. The light drifted down into a low place. We followed, slow, boots sliding in damp leaves. The hollow was there, exactly as I remembered, and I hated it for being faithful. The sycamores leaned, pale in the dark, their mottled bark looking like skin disease. I had the stupid thought that if I touched one it would be warm. The figure stood in the bowl's center, lantern raised, and for a moment in that glow, I saw details I hadn't before. The lantern's metal stamped with a pattern of stars around the crown. The handle wrapped not in wire, but in something braided and dark that moved faintly like it remembered being alive. The figure itself remained wrong, the edges of it eating the light instead of reflecting it. A silhouette cut out of the world. Roy muttered, "There he is," and I felt the rope go slack like his knees had softened. I reached back without looking and bunched the rope in my fist, keeping him close. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I wanted to prove I wasn't just prey. I stepped forward until I was at the rim of the hollow. The figure turned its knot face toward me. The glow didn't brighten, but the world around it dimmed, so that the lantern seemed the only real thing. My mouth was dry. I said the dumbest possible question. "What do you want?" It moved its head slow like an animal considering. The lantern dipped and then lifted, inviting. The rope tightened hard at my waist. "I think it wants you to hold it," Roy whispered, breath hot at my ear. I shook my head. I couldn't explain how I knew, but the thought filled me with a thick, animal terror. It held the lantern out a fraction closer. In that motion I saw something else, the slightest shimmer of a hand, not flesh but the idea of one, wrapped in that braided material, like reins through a fist. The braid twitched and I felt a hot ring burn under the skin of my palm where I'd be holding it. if I were stupid enough to reach. The ground between us was littered as before with the offerings of the lost. A boot without its pair, a coil of nylon cord, a wool cap, a gleam of metal half. Buried. I bent and hooked it out with my foot because I couldn't make myself put my hand down there. It was a Zippo lighter with a deer stamped on one side and the initials DS scratched into the other. I knew that lighter. I'd seen it on Roy's uncle's coffee table when I was a kid. I didn't turn to look at Roy. I felt him bring a hand to his mouth and bite down on his knuckle. The rope trembled between us. "Okay," I said to the dark where a face should be. "You've made your point." It didn't step forward. It didn't have to. The lantern grew so slightly brighter you'd miss it if you weren't watching. The air thinned in my lungs. I felt the pressure change like before a storm, the holler around us contracting. The rope yanked hard. Not just gravity. It slid across my waist in short pulses, as if something had taken hold of it between us and was reeling us in. I dug my heels into the mud. Got one good step back, then another. Roy cursed under his breath and started pulling with me, hand over hand like we were dragging a stubborn log. The rope smoked. I don't know how else to say it. A white vapor leaked off the fibers, the smell like hot nylon and something sweet. I jerked, and the line went slack. We both stumbled backward, nearly knocking each other down. I grabbed at my side. The rope wasn't there. It hung from Roy's hands in two lengths, the cut ends capped in a smooth, dark sheen as if they'd been dipped in resin. My shirt was unmarked. My skin was unbroken, but I could still feel a phantom of being held. We ran. It wasn't brave and it wasn't pretty. We scrambled up the bowl, tore through the understory, crashed into trees that swam in and out of our way. I didn't look back, not once. The glow followed without moving, always where the next gap in the trees would be, always patient, never hurrying. As if time meant nothing to it, and we had nowhere else to go in the end. When the yard opened in front of us at last, I hit the fence so hard the posts rattled, fell rolled over into the grass, and lay there choking on the cold with my arms wrapped around my middle like I could keep myself together. That way. Roy sat down beside me and laughed once, a bark that seemed to surprise him. His hands were shaking. He opened them on his knees. In the meat of his palm was a perfect oval welt, darkening as we watched, as if a hot handle had been pressed there. I looked at my own palm. A ring of faint redness rose, under the skin where I would have gripped, not a burn yet, but the promise of one. "Don't tell me not to come back," Roy said, voice raw. "Because I'm not going to let you go alone." "I wasn't planning to," I said, though the thought of going back made my bones lean away inside my body. We kept to light for a few days like the old wives always said. Porch lights on, lamps in every room, the house bright as a summer evening. I slept in fits, snapped awake to check that the matchbox was still on the table where I'd put it, and every time it had shifted a fraction closer, to the door like a chess piece playing itself. I took it to the local historian who ran a room in the library, with old mine records and photographs. She peered at the initials with a magnifying glass and made a sound in her throat. "You know a name like Luther Boone?" she asked, pulling a ledger down from the shelf. "He worked No. 3 until 52, then switched to the night watch when the seam started to give. Went missing along Coal Creek in November of 53. They never found him. He always carried a brass matchbox with his initials on it. It was a gift from his little girl, LB. I said, around that lump that stories get stuck behind. She nodded. There were others. Folks called it a bad run. 3 men missing inside of a year, all in that same patch of woods. The wives used to put a lantern on the porch till morning in case a light could guide a light. I took the ledger outside and read sitting on the library steps because I couldn't stand the room anymore. The pages smelled like dust and old rain. Names I'd heard all my life were there in careful ink, the dates neatly lined. The last line on one page had no end date, just a little dash where a life should have closed. Roy came by that night with his hand bandaged and a decision thick in his eyes. We'll go tomorrow. We take more rope. We take salt because my grandmother swore by it. We take my dog because something that old ought to hate, anything that still knows how to be happy. And we take that damned box back to where it wants to be. The box seemed to hear him. It grew warm in my pocket, as if it were a small animal waking. I took it out and placed it on the table without opening the lid. The brass threw a weak reflection of our faces distorted in its curve, me looking like a man who had stayed out in the sun too long, and Roy looking like he was already in some shadow I wasn't. After he left, I stood at the kitchen window and watched the yard. The glow came early, just as full dark pooled under the trees. It didn't cross into the open. It didn't need to. The house felt too thin to keep it out. I held the matchbox and felt the faintest tremor inside, like the contents were breathing. I turned it over and over, and the initials showed clear this time, no matter which way I tilted LB. Cut deep by a hand that hadn't known how to be careful, but had meant the strokes to last. Sometime in the small hours, I woke to footsteps on the porch. Not the steps of a stranger. Too familiar, too easy. Too like someone who belonged there. I rolled out of bed and to the door and cracked it the width of an eye. Roy stood with his back to me at the bottom of the steps, head tilted like he was listening to a distant conversation. The yard was slick with moon, and the edge of the woods held that steady gold. He took one step toward it, and another. I said his name, and he didn't turn. The matchbox flared hot through the denim over my thigh. I went after him barefoot, pain bright with every rock, but not enough to slow me. He didn't go fast. He didn't go slow. He moved at the pace of someone walking, with a lantern they trusted to show the ground. I grabbed the back of his coat at the fence, and he stopped like the coat had more say than he did. He lifted his hand and showed me his palm. The oval there had darkened to black and sunk, just a little below the skin, puckered at the edges like a healed mark from an old brand. Do you feel it? He asked, voice level and stranger. It's quieter wherever it is. That's all I want. It's not quiet, I said, and hated the tremble in my throat. It's empty. He looked toward the glow. He smelled like wood smoke and wet rock. For a second I wondered if I'd be able to tell, years from now, whether this was the moment I lost him, or the moment I learned how to keep him. I tightened my grip on his coat, and reached down with my free hand, and shoved the matchbox into his pocket, hard enough to hurt. He jolted like I'd burned him and turned back at last. The light at the tree line didn't dim. It waited, patient as hunger. We go tomorrow, I said. Together. We bring it back what belongs to it, and we ask for what belongs to us. What's that? Our people, I said, and felt that word set in my chest like a stone I could stand on. We stood there until the cold bit bone. The light didn't move. When we finally went inside, the house warmed around us like a living thing. We slept, if you can call closing your eyes and holding a rope between two beds sleep. I dreamt of a black shaft, of a lantern that never smoked, of the braided handle in a hand I couldn't see, and a voice like wind through a pipe, telling me something simple and terrible. A light isn't for seeing, it's for being seen. Morning came pale and hesitant, as if even the sun wasn't sure. It wanted to look into our hollow of the world. Roy and I ate in silence. Neither of us touched the eggs we fried. His dog, Ranger, half hound, half mutt, paced the porch with ears pricked, whining whenever his gaze flicked to the tree line. I carried the matchbox in my coat pocket. It pulsed with a heat that wasn't fire, more like the warmth of skin pressed against skin. The 3 matches inside rattled faintly, though I hadn't shaken it. By then I'd stopped trying to explain any of it. All I knew was that the thing wanted to be carried back. Whether it wanted to be returned or to claim more, I couldn't say. We set out at first light. Roy carried salt in a mason jar and a coil of climbing rope thicker than the one that had split. I had my father's old miner's pickaxe strapped across my back. More comfort than weapon. But something about the iron made me think of protection. Ranger trotted ahead, tail stiff, nose low. Coal Creek's woods looked ordinary in daylight, birds chattering, frost steaming off mossy logs. Yet under it all was a feeling like the ground itself was waiting. We tied the rope between us again, this time doubled, and scattered salt in our footprints as we went. Old folk magic, maybe, but when you're chasing a story older than memory, any defense is better than none. The matchbox guided us. Each time I hesitated at a fork, it shifted in my pocket, tugging like a compass needle. Within an hour, we reached that same hollow I'd found at night, the one with the leaning sycamores. No birdsong here, not even the rustle of squirrels. Only the hush of something too intent to let the world breathe. The figure stood in the center as before, lantern steady edges of its form, wavering like smoke in still air. In daylight it looked worse, because now I could see the world resist it. Grass bent away from its feet. Frost melted in a ring around it. The lantern burned gold, brighter than the sun overhead, as if refusing to obey the rules of light. Roy's hand shook where it held the rope. "We end this," he muttered. I pulled the matchbox out. The brass was hot enough to redden my palm. The initials, LB, stood clear as fresh carving. The lid clicked open by itself. The matches lay inside, blackened tips unburned. The coil of thread shifted, alive with its own pulse. The lantern man raised his hand, the outline of one at least, and beckoned. I felt my legs want to move, to carry the matchbox forward and lay it at his feet. Ranger growled deep, the sound of a dog about to tear loose. That sound saved me. Roy uncapped the jar of salt and flung a fistful in a wide arc. The grains glittered and hissed as they struck the air around the figure. The lantern man staggered, not back, not forward, but sideways like a projection on broken glass. The lantern swung, and for the first time the flame flickered. I gripped the matchbox hard. "What do you want?" I demanded again, though the answer was already in me. It didn't want return. It wanted witness. It wanted to be seen forever. The lantern dipped low, and suddenly the ground shifted. Not metaphorical, actually shifted. The hollow deepened beneath our boots. Roots pulled back into the soil like snakes retreating. An opening yawned at the base of the bowl, a black shaft leading into earth. The stench of coal and damp air rolled out, along with whispers that weren't made by mouths. Roy gagged. The mine, he choked. He's showing us the damn mine. The lantern man stepped toward the shaft. The rope around our waists tightened, as if pulling us with him. Ranger barked and lunged, snapping at nothing, his teeth clashing on air that burned his gums raw. I dragged Roy back, fighting the pull. But the rope sizzled again, smoke leaking off the fibers. I made a decision I still can't justify. I opened the matchbox and plucked one match. It felt heavy, alive, vibrating against my fingers. I struck it on the brass edge. The flame roared, not small and orange but tall and white, flaring brighter than the lantern itself. It screamed, a sound like wind tearing through 1,000 pipes at once. The lantern man recoiled. Lantern clutched close, and for the first time his form shuddered like it couldn't hold itself together. Roy grabbed my arm. Again, I struck the second match. Another roar, brighter, louder. The shadows of the sycamores twisted and writhed like they were being wrung out. The shaft yawned wider, but the whispers faltered, thinning into nothing. The lantern man raised his lantern high, flame fighting to outshine ours. But his body blurred, edges unraveling, as if the light of the matches was burning the memory of him away. I held the third match. My hand shook. Some part of me whispered that if I struck it, I'd snuff out more than just him. That light wasn't for destroying. It was for carrying, for remembering. But another part of me saw Roy's face, twisted in terror, and heard Ranger's whine. I struck it. The world exploded with brilliance. For one instant, the hollow was filled with a light so pure it hurt, burning away every shadow. The lantern man shrieked, silent but deafening, and his lantern shattered, shards of glowing iron scattering like fireflies. Then the light collapsed, sucked inward, and the hollow went pitch black. When I came to, I was lying on the ridge trail, daylight sharp and cold. Roy was beside me, groaning, his rope charred to threads. Ranger licked my face, whimpering. The matchbox was gone. My hands were empty. We stumbled back to my house without words. The world looked the same, yet wrong. The colors too flat, the air too thin. We parted on the porch, promising to talk later, though neither of us believed it. That night I dreamed of the mine shaft, not walking into it, falling. The walls scraped with coal and bone, the darkness thick as oil. At the bottom, a lantern waited, whole again, flame steady. Behind it, hundreds of eyes opened, each reflecting the light, each hungry. I woke gasping, my palms blistered where the matches had burned. On the nightstand sat the brass matchbox, lid closed, initials bright. I tried to throw it out again. Buried it under a pile of rocks by Coal Creek. Dropped it into the quarry's deepest pool. Each time it returned. To the table, the porch, my pocket. Always with 3 matches inside, unspent. Roy stopped coming around. His palm never healed right. The welt grew darker, until it looked more like a hole than a scar. One night he left his house with Ranger and didn't come back. Folks said he ran off to Ohio, sick of the mines. But I saw the glow in the woods that night, steady and patient. The next morning, his dog was found at the edge of the hollow, coat matted, eyes clouded, whining for a master who wasn't there. I took Ranger in, but he won't step past the porch after dark. Neither will I, if I can help it. Yet the glow still comes, drifting between the sycamores, waiting. I've come to understand something. The lantern man isn't one thing. He's every lost miner, every wanderer who followed a false light into the woods and never came out. The matchbox isn't cursed. It's an invitation, a key, a reminder that once you've seen his light, you belong to it in some small way. And the matches aren't for burning him. They're for burning yourself a path, marking the way into the dark so he can find you again. I keep the box sealed, but I feel the weight of it in my pocket every day. Some nights, when the glow presses too close, I think about striking one just to see if the path it opens leads anywhere but down. Maybe it leads to quiet. Maybe it leads to where Roy went, to where all the lost things gather. For now, I write this down because I need someone else to know. Not the sheriff, not the preacher, not even my mother. They'd laugh, or worse, they'd believe and try it themselves. But if you ever find a brass matchbox in your pocket with initials not your own, don't strike the matches. Don't follow the light. Stay in the dark. Because sometimes the dark is the only thing keeping you safe. And if you see a glow in the trees where no glow should be, know this: he's not showing you the way home. He's showing you his way. And once you see it, it will never stop looking back at you. My name is Josephine Keller, and I am a field researcher specializing in ungulate behavior, with a focus on elk populations in the northern Rocky Mountains. I work for a small conservation foundation that partners with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And over the last decade, I have spent countless weeks in the backcountry monitoring herds, recording antler growth cycles, and studying migration corridors. I am methodical in my work, and I pride myself on maintaining accurate notes and a level head, even when the wilderness turns unpredictable. But there is one encounter I cannot enter my data logs without my pen stalling and my stomach turning. It is not the kind of thing you can file away as unusual behavior. It was something else. Something that does not belong in scientific journals or polite conversation. I have replayed it endlessly, hoping reason would explain it. But each time I arrive at the same conclusion: what I saw should not exist. That autumn, I was working alone out of a canvas tent in a drainage near the Absaroka-Bartooth Wilderness. My colleagues had rotated out for the season, and I volunteered to stay behind to finish a survey of rut activity. The days had grown shorter, the nights sharper, and by late October, the backcountry was an unforgiving place. I had camped a mile from the creek, where the ground rose into a bench of lodgepole, pines offering both cover from the wind and a clear line of sight into the meadows below. I had grown used to solitude, and though the silence could be oppressive, I told myself it sharpened my observational skills. That evening, I had settled with my field glasses at the edge of the timber, overlooking a long slope of grass, brushed gold by the dying sun. Elk often moved through at dusk, and I was patient, scribbling notes about scat, bedding sites, and a few mule deer tracks. It was quiet, eerily quiet, I would realize in hindsight. Not even a squirrel chattered, not a jay shrieked. The stillness pressed against me, though at the time I chalked it up to a hard frost in the air. My watch read a little after 6. When I furthest the motion among the trees opposite my perch, a bull elk emerged from the dark timber with a kind of deliberate grace only an animal that size can manage. He was magnificent at first glance, chest broad, shoulders rippling, his coat a dark copper that caught the low light. I raised my binoculars, already preparing to sketch the rack in my notebook. But the instant I brought him into focus, my breath locked in my throat. The antlers were not solids branching skyward, as nature intended. They were hollow. Each beam was not a beam at all, but a fluted structure. The surface grooved and ridged like some immense bone instrument carved by no hand I could imagine. The points were jagged pipes, open at the ends, black voids where marrow should have been. I stared, stunned, trying to rationalize what my eyes presented. Perhaps disease had deformed the rack. Perhaps it was an injury, or rot, or some trick of the light. But then the wind rose. Not a real wind, not in the branches around me, which remained utterly still. The sound came only from him. A whistle, low and mournful, issued from the hollow tines as if air were being drawn through them. The noise was layered, one pitch sliding into another, eerie as an organ's drone played in a cavern. My scalp prickled, and instinct made me shrink back against the tree, lowering my binoculars though I could not look away. The elk stepped into the meadow, and with each tilt of his head the hollow antlers sang. The sound did not dissipate into the distance, but seemed to circle, folding back against me, rattling in my chest. I pressed my gloved hand over my sternum, because the vibration was real, physical, like the air itself thickened around me. The bull moved slowly, pausing as if listening to its own dreadful music, and then lifted its head higher. The whistling deepened into a chord I cannot compare to anything of this world, both shrill and guttural, like bone flutes filled with wind that wasn't there. I wanted to retreat, to sink back into the trees and make for camp, but my legs were lead. I was frozen, whether from awe or terror I could not say. My training told me to document, to record, to remain objective. My body screamed that this was wrong, that I should not be here, that I should not see this thing. I fumbled for my notebook. Though my hands shook so violently the pencil nearly snapped. I wrote only 2 words before the page blurred with the pressure of my grip. Hollow antlers. The bull turned then, his eyes sweeping the slope. For a breath I thought he looked straight at me, though the distance was too great to be certain. In that moment the sound cut off. Silence slammed down so complete it rang in my ears. His mouth opened, tongue lolling in a gesture, not quite natural, not quite animal. And then the pipes of his rack emitted one more sharp, piercing note. It was so loud I gasped aloud, clapping my palms to my ears. When I opened my eyes again, the meadow was empty. I scanned, frantic, but he was gone as if he had never been. Not even the grass was disturbed where he had stepped. No shadow, no movement. The sun had sunk behind the ridgeline, leaving only the dim wash of twilight, and the hard glint of stars beginning to appear. My watch read 6:30. I could not account for the minutes between. I stumbled back to camp, half blind with panic. I told myself to calm down, that I was exhausted, that isolation was playing tricks on me. Hallucinations are not uncommon in prolonged solitude. My brain reached for every rational hook it could find: fatigue, dehydration, hypothermia. But when I unrolled my sleeping bag and tried to steady my breathing, I opened the notebook on my lap and saw the words, scratched with my own trembling hand. Hollow antlers. The letters were nearly gouged into the page. I touched them, half hoping they would smear like dream ink, but they were real. Sleep was impossible. Every time my eyes closed, I heard that whistle again, long and hollow, vibrating the air of my tent until the canvas itself seemed to quiver. I lit my lantern, checked my rifle, and sat upright until dawn, whispering that I would pack up and hike out first thing. Yet when the morning came, I stayed. Logic insisted I had imagined it, and stubbornness, professional pride, rooted me. I told myself I would finish the survey, that leaving early would mean wasted data, wasted weeks. What I really feared, though I could not admit it, was the possibility of hearing that whistle again outside the tent in the dark. Over the next days, the forest remained unnervingly still. Birdsong was absent. Squirrels, usually noisy in the lodgepoles, were nowhere. The silence felt staged, as if the entire drainage were holding its breath. At dusk, I forced myself to glass the meadows, though each time I did, my pulse thundered until I lowered the binoculars. The bull did not return. Still, I felt him near, as though his hollow rack were turned toward me somewhere, out of sight, waiting for air to find it. My dreams filled with corridors of bone, fluted walls that sang as I walked, and each night I woke soaked in cold sweat, the echo of the whistle lodged in my skull. I thought of radioing the ranger station for an early pickup, but I stopped myself. How could I explain it? I saw an elk with hollow antlers that whistled without wind. They would send someone with a psychology degree, not a helicopter. So I endured, documenting what I could, skirting the meadows at dusk, and convincing myself I was fine. But on the fifth evening, something happened that stripped away any illusions of safety. That night, as the sun bled out behind the mountains, I sat again at the timber's edge, binoculars clutched against my chest, but unwilling to lift them. I told myself I would wait just a few minutes, then return to camp. My ears strained against the silence, so tightly tuned that when a single note threaded through the air, I nearly cried out. It was faint, far off, but unmistakable. The hollow, breathless whistle of pipes. This time, however, it did not come from the meadow. It came from the ridge behind me. The sound came again, higher this time, a thin shriek like wind pulled through a broken flute. My back prickled. Every instinct demanded I run, but I forced myself to turn slowly, lifting my binoculars, as though ritual might delay the truth. The ridge above me was dusky with the last light, tree lines silhouetted against a bruised sky. At first I saw nothing. Then, between two dark boles of pine, something pale shifted. It was the elk. Or rather, the outline of the bull, massive and still. His rack caught the fading light, and though distance dulled the details, I saw the hollow flutes clearly, darker at the ends, yawning like the mouths of pipes. The whistling rose again, long and sustained, and the air between us seemed to tighten as though stretched taut. He should not have been able to stay so quietly on that steep slope. No animal that size could remain motionless without betraying weight or breath. Yet he stood as if carved there, only the antlers alive with sound. I crouched lower, clutching my rifle, though I did not raise it. What could bullets do against something that played the air itself like an instrument? The noise descended into a chord, resonant and sickening, and my vision wavered at the edges. For a moment the tree line itself seemed to bend, the trunks curving inward, like reeds drawn toward the sound. I blinked hard, willing my senses back. When I looked again, the ridge was empty. I do not remember walking back to camp. One moment I crouched in terror. The next I sat by the cold fire ring, hands stiff, lungs aching as though I had run miles. My notebook lay open beside me, though I had no memory of retrieving it. Across the fresh page, my pencil had scrawled a line of jagged letters I did not recognize at first. When I squinted, the shapes resolved a crude staff of music, drawn over and over in heavy strokes, notes marked by hollow circles. My handwriting, yet not my will. I snapped the book shut, so hard the pencil snapped in two. That night, The whistling did not remain outside. I woke near midnight to find it inside the tent. Not audible exactly, but vibrating in the canvas, in the cot beneath me, in the marrow of my teeth. The lantern shuddered though the air was still. I whispered aloud, begging it to stop, but the sound thickened, filling every corner of the space. Desperation drove me outside into the bitter cold. I stood under stars so sharp they hurt my eyes, but the sound followed, pouring from the trees, from the ground itself. The elk was nowhere visible, but his presence wrapped around me. I lit a fire, feeding it with reckless hands until sparks climbed high. The only thing I could think to do to keep whatever it was at bay. Flames roared and cracked, but beneath them the whistle threaded still, weaving between the sparks, like a song too ancient for human throats. I sat awake until dawn, rocking like a child, repeating my name over and over. My name is Josephine Keller. I am a researcher. I am alive. The words anchored me, though weakly, against the tide of sound. When the sun came, the whistling ceased. My fire had collapsed to ash. I smelled smoke not my own, faint and acrid, and I followed it with cautious steps into the trees. There, along the creek's edge, I found something that ended all hope of denial. The ground was churned with tracks, elk tracks, fresh and deep. They circled the clearing, though not in any pattern I knew. They wove into spirals, overlapping, a dizzying script carved into mud. At the center of the spiral lay a small rib bone, picked clean, drilled through with holes as if by careful hand. When I lifted it, air passed across the openings and produced a faint, mournful note. I dropped it instantly, bile surging in my throat. I stumbled back to camp, shaking. My gear seemed pathetic, absurd against what pressed in from the forest. Radio, notebook, rifle, all symbols of control, none offering real protection. Still, I could not abandon them. My training was too deeply ingrained, my pride too stubborn. Instead of packing, I forced myself into the day's tasks, hiking transects, marking scat. But I was no longer a researcher. I was prey, watched from behind every trunk. By late afternoon, clouds gathered, bruised and heavy. The forest darkened early. I made the mistake of glancing toward the meadow, thinking perhaps daylight would soften the horror. Through the binoculars, I saw movement at the tree line opposite. Not one bull, but several. 3, then 5, then more, stepping from the shadows in unnatural silence. Each rack was hollow, the fluted pipes catching dull light. Together, they formed a grotesque chorus, air whistling through their racks in layered chords. The meadow rang like a cathedral organ, the sound rolling across the slope and striking me with physical force. My knees buckled. I wanted to flee, but my body betrayed me. My arms lifted without command, as though I were a puppet strung to their music. My chest heaved, my breath sensing with their notes. A pressure built behind my ribs, unbearable, until I thought something inside me would burst. And then, mercifully, they turned away, fading back into the trees one by one. The sound diminished with them, until only a faint hum remained, low and constant. I collapsed to the ground, gasping. When I could move again, I tore down my tent with frantic hands. Logic, pride, science, none mattered anymore. I had to leave. The sun had already dropped behind the ridges, but I could not wait another night. I strapped what I could onto my pack, abandoning the rest, and set off down the drainage toward the trailhead 12 miles away. Each step felt stolen, each rustle behind me a threat. The forest had grown too quiet again, save for that faint hum that never left the air. An hour into my flight, Darkness smothered the last of the light. I clicked on my headlamp, its beam cutting a narrow tunnel ahead. My legs burned, my lungs scraped raw, but I forced myself forward. Then the whistle rose behind me. Long, sharp, closing fast, I ran. Branches tore at my sleeves. Roots caught at my boots, but adrenaline drove me faster than I thought possible. Still, the sound pursued, echoing from every direction. A full choir of hollow antlers singing through the timber. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. The world collapsed into the tunnel of light and the pursuit at my back. At some point I tripped, sprawling into mud. My headlamp flew off, plunging me into suffocating dark. The whistling closed in, a circle around me, many voices overlapping, until the air was solid vibration. I clawed in the dark, finding the lamp and snapping it back on. The beam caught something inches away, a rack of hollow pipes, pale and gleaming, descending from above. I screamed, scrambled backward. The antlers swept down, not striking but brushing past, filling the lamp's beam with impossible detail. Inside each hollow pipe, the surface was lined with something that shimmered wetly, like the inner walls of lungs. Breath pulsed from them, though no chest rose, no mouth moved. Then, as quickly as they appeared, they withdrew, vanishing into the trees. The whistle receded, not away but deeper, into ground itself, leaving only silence and the pounding of my blood. I do not remember how I made it back to camp. I awoke there at dawn, sprawled beside the ashes of my fire, my pack still half packed. My notebook lay open on my chest. Across the page, in thick, dark strokes, was music again. Not mine, not anything I could ever play. Notes arranged in impossible chords, lines bent at unnatural angles, as though transcribed from a scale no human ear should hear. My hands were coated in graphite, my nails broken. The tracks outside camp confirmed what I already knew. They had been there. Deep impressions. Too large, too many, spiraling again into patterns I could not bear to trace. I forced myself to look only long enough to confirm they were real. When I turned away, I caught another detail. Hanging from the branch above my tent was the rib bone. I had dropped by the creek, strung by sinew, swaying gently in the still air. Each swing made it whistle faintly. I sat down hard, my mind unraveling. I wanted to radio for help, but I could not trust my voice to hold steady. I wanted to run, but every direction felt caged by unseen watchers. Instead, I lit a fire again, my last defense, and sat staring into it until tears blurred the flames. I whispered my name again and again, clinging to the sound of it. My name is Josephine Keller. I am still here. I am alive. But as dusk bled across the drainage once more, the whistling began again. Not distant this time, but near, all around the perimeter of camp. Not one voice, not even 5, but dozens. A full choir of hollow antlers, closing in. The first note cut through the trees like a blade of air. Low, resonant. Too deep to come from any single set of lungs. The others joined in, weaving a sound so vast it made the very ground quiver beneath me. The lodge poles around camp rattled as though in a storm, yet no wind stirred. My fire snapped violently. Sparks streaming sideways before the whistle bent them into strange arcs that fizzled in midair. The antler choir had arrived. I sat rigid, rifle across my knees, though I knew it was useless. The sound pressed into me from all sides, a vibration in my ribs, in my teeth, in my skull. When I clamped my palms over my ears, it did nothing. The whistle bypassed flesh and bone, resonating directly in the hollow places of my body. I gagged, my stomach heaving as though it too had been tuned to the song. Shapes shifted in the tree line. Dozens of bulls, their racks pale and gleaming in the firelight, emerged from the dark. Each antler set was hollow pipe, like each emitting its own note. Together, they formed chords that did not obey music as I understood it, notes stacked in ways that bent the air into a cage. My heart stuttered in my chest, unable to match their rhythm. They did not charge. They did not need to. They simply stood, surrounding me, letting the music erode every shred of reason. I saw their eyes, dull, glassy, yet fixed with impossible intelligence. Their mouths hung open, not in bugle calls, but slack tongues lolling like puppets. The sound came only from the racks, breath pushed through bone flutes by something that was not air. I whispered my name, but the sound drowned. Josephine Keller, field researcher, alive. The words dissolved in my throat, overtaken by the whistle until I felt my own voice shift, matching their pitch against my will. The air inside my chest vibrated, pulling sound from me like a reed pulled sound from a clarinet. My scream became part of their music. I tried to break it, bit my lip until blood filled my mouth, but the song did not falter. The bulls stepped closer, in perfect synchronization, hooves thudding once, twice, then silence. Their antlers tilted skyward, and the chords swelled. Above, the stars shimmered, bending like candle flames in heat. The air rippled with unseen force. My fire collapsed into itself with a whoosh, leaving me in the pulsing dark. Panic finally snapped me loose. I seized my pack, abandoning half of it, and bolted through the gap between two bulls. For a breath, I thought they might trample me, but they parted as if rehearsed, letting me pass. Their music shifted into pursuit, notes snapping sharp and staccato. The forest blurred around me. Every direction looked wrong, every tree warped. My headlamp beam flickered, sputtered, then died. The only light was the pale gleam of racks behind me, bobbing in rhythm with the song. I ran blind, guided only by instinct, tripping, clawing, forcing my body through brush that tore skin from my arms. Still the music followed, not fading, not faltering, as if the very forest had become an instrument. I stumbled into a clearing and froze. Before me lay not trail or creek, but a spiral pressed into the earth. Hoofprints circling tighter and tighter until they disappeared at the center. In that middle hollow stood a bull larger than all the rest. His rack dwarfed the others, pipes rising like the organ of some cathedral. The notes from him alone shook the clearing, too many tones at once, overlapping until my vision doubled. I fell to my knees, blood rushing from my nose. My hands trembled as I tried to crawl backward, but the circle of bulls closed in behind me. The great one lowered his head. His pipes glowed faintly from within, as if lit by embers. The sound shifted, tuning itself to me. I felt it in my lungs, my sinuses, my bones. My own chest expanded against my will. Breath poured out of me, not in gasps but in long, steady tones. My body had become one of their instruments. I screamed again, but it came out as a note, pure, shrill whistling. The bulls responded, adjusting their pitch, harmonizing with me. Terror curdled into horror. They were teaching me the song. They were weaving me into their choir. My vision swam, and in the haze I saw things that were not the clearing. Corridors of bone stretched endlessly, walls lined with racks hollowed into flutes, each one singing without breath. Shapes moved within those halls, not elk, not human, but shadows with antlers hollow as horns. I wrenched my gaze away, clawing at my chest as though I could tear the sound out. My nails drew blood but did nothing. The music rose higher, unbearable. I thought my skull would split. Then, with the last shred of strength, I did the only thing my body would allow. I shoved both fists against my mouth and bit down hard, cutting off my breath. For an instant the note faltered. The bulls recoiled, their cords stuttering. The great one's rack flared with a blast of air that toppled me backward. I rolled, scrambling through the spiral of tracks, breaking their pattern. The sound faltered further, chords collapsing into discord. The forest bucked around me, trees twisting like reeds in a gale. I ran half blind, deafened by the failing choir. I do not know how I reached the trailhead. I remember only fragments. Moonlight flashing on hollow racks, the song warping into shrieks, the ground heaving beneath me. When at last I stumbled into the gravel lot, dawn was breaking. My truck sat where I'd left it, frost silvering the windshield. I collapsed against the door, fumbling the keys with shaking hands. The drive down the mountain blurred into one long spasm of fear. Every whistle of wind, through a crack in the frame, made me flinch. Every curve of the road threatened to fold into a spiral. By the time I reached town, the sound had receded into memory, but never entirely gone. It hummed faintly in my chest, as though a fragment of the song had nested there. I reported none of it. How could I? My colleagues would laugh, or worse, pity me. I filed the survey with blanks, citing inclement weather as reason for missing data. My notebook I burned in my backyard, though I can still see the impossible music scrawled across its pages when I close my eyes. Weeks later, I tried to convince myself it had been some fever dream, a hallucination born of solitude. But then, one night as I lay in bed, the wind outside shifted. Through the eaves of the house, faint and unmistakable, came a whistle, low, hollow fluted. My chest vibrated in answer. I clapped a pillow over my head, weeping, but the sound threaded through. I live with it still. Each season it grows louder, returning when the elk should be in rut. Sometimes I wake to find myself standing at the window, lips parted, a note on my breath though I had been tuned. I am being prepared. The hollow antlers are never far. And I know, when the song calls me back into the mountains, I will not return. My name is Travis Monroe, and I have spent most of my adult life wandering the ridges and valleys of the Montana backcountry, where the air is thin and the forests roll for miles without a road or fence line to interrupt them. Hunting was never just a sport for me. It was a way of keeping close to the land, of remembering the rhythms of seasons that men in cities forget. I have known the stillness of dawn, when fog lifts from spruce boughs, the silence so profound you can hear a raven's wings slice the air. I have dressed elk with my hands stiff from frost, dragged mule deer across slopes, where the ground is more shale than soil. These things are not hobbies. They are parts of me, the kind of experiences that leave calluses deeper than skin. That is why, when I tell you what happened to me near Blackwater Ridge one November morning, I want you to understand I do not come to this lightly. I know deer. I know their gait, their skittish eyes, the way their flanks twitch at a branch snapping. I know the difference between the sound of hooves on fallen needles and the padded step of a cougar. I know when an animal is starving and when something else altogether has hollowed it out. And I know, without doubt, that what I saw that day was no deer, no elk, nothing that belonged to these mountains at all. The day had started plain enough. I had driven my old pickup down the logging road until the ruts got too mean. then hiked in with my pack and rifle slung across my shoulder. The sky had that dull pewter hue that promises snow without hurry. I had tracked a small group of whitetail the night before and was hoping to cut their trail again. Venison in the freezer meant fewer trips to town, and fewer trips to town meant more time away from people, which suited me fine. By the time the sun crept above the ridges, I was a couple miles in, moving careful and slow through a band of lodgepole. That was when I saw it, standing not 30 yards ahead, half hidden by brush. At first glance it was a deer, but a deer so ragged and wasted that my gut clenched. Its hide sagged in folds, stretched thin as tarp canvas over bones that jutted sharp as fence posts. Its legs seemed too long, bent at angles that strained the joints. The head hung low, ears drooping, as if the skull itself weighed more than the neck could bear. I raised my rifle without thinking. An animal in that state didn't have a chance against winter. A clean shot would have been mercy. But as I peered through the scope, something unsettled me. The body beneath the hide did not fit the frame. The rib cage flared too wide. The hips jutted too far back. And the skin, God help me. The skin looked as if it had been draped over the skeleton of something else entirely, as if stretched from another carcass and nailed into place. It should have bolted. Deer don't linger once they catch a hunter's scent, no matter how sick they are. But it stood there, swaying faintly, the black pits of its eyes fixed on me. A long breath shuddered out of it, and I swear the air carried the sour stench of rot, though there was no breeze. My finger tightened on the trigger, but before I could fire, it straightened. The sound it made still rattles in my memory. Bones cracked, not like twigs breaking underfoot, but like knuckles popping all at once, magnified. The thing pulled itself upright, rising higher than any buck should stand, higher than me. The stretched hide shifted and slid, revealing glimpses of something pale, and sinewed beneath, something straining to push free. Its arms, no longer forelegs, unfolded with a grotesque slowness, and the hooves elongated into hands, fingers curling like talons. I froze. The rational part of my brain, the part that had dressed animals since I was a boy, screamed that no creature could move like that. Yet there it was, standing on two legs, its head lolling, unnaturally skin sagging in folds, as though it wore the husk of a deer like a costume. The forest seemed to collapse into silence. No chickadees, no ravens. Even the whisper of wind through the pines died. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. My rifle felt suddenly inadequate, a toy in the face of something that had no name. It took a step toward me. Not the bounding leap of prey, but a deliberate, staggering lurch. The stretched hide dragged with it, slapping wetly against its frame. And that was when I knew, with a certainty that knifed through me like ice water, that I wasn't looking at a deer at all. I didn't pull the trigger. I wish I could tell you why. Some mix of horror, disbelief, and the primal instinct that whispers when something ancient and wrong is near. Instead, I stumbled back, branches clawing at my jacket, my boots slipping on damp needles. The thing tilted its head, following me with those black eyes, and I felt pinned as surely, as if I'd been hooked through the spine. Then, without warning, it dropped back to all fours. The sound of joints snapping filled the clearing, and it bounded away, vanishing into the timber, with a speed that mocked its wasted frame. I stood there, trembling, rifle half raised, until the forest slowly exhaled and the ordinary sounds crept back in. I should have turned home right then. Any sane man would have. But I couldn't. Something in me needed to understand what I had seen. Needed to prove, maybe to myself, that it was just a deer. Starved, diseased, some fluke of nature. Because if it wasn't, then it was something else entirely, and I wasn't ready to carry that truth alone. So I followed. The trail it left was easy enough to read at first. Deep impressions in the soft earth, dragging marks where the hide must have caught. But the farther I tracked, the less sense it made. The prints grew erratic, sometimes spacing impossibly far apart, sometimes vanishing mid-stride as if the creature had leapt yards without touching ground. More than once, I found patches of hair snagged on branches, coarse, brittle, and darker than any whitetail pelt. I pocketed a tuft without thinking, though the texture made my skin crawl. The forest grew denser as I climbed toward Blackwater Ridge. The air thinned, laced with the scent of snow coming. Each step deeper felt like wading into a place the world had forgotten. My heartbeat thumped loud in my ears, half from exertion, half from the sense that every shadow between the trees was watching. Around midday, clouds thickened, muting the light. I came upon a clearing strewn with bones. Not a kill site like I'd seen before. Wolves or cougars leave patterns, scatter, signs of feeding. These bones were arranged. Deer skulls set upright, antlers locking into crooked arcs. Ribs stacked in lattices. Vertebrae lined in spirals that wound inward toward the center. And in that center lay the sagging remains of a hide, stretched flat across poles, edges pinned with sharpened sticks. My stomach heaved. The hair in my pocket felt suddenly hot, burning against the fabric. I dropped it, and the tuft fell among the bones like it belonged there. The air thickened in that clearing, heavy and wrong. I wanted to run, but my legs rooted. Every hunter knows the woods have rules. Cycles of predator and prey, growth and decay. But this place defied rules. It was as though something had crawled out from under the natural order and staked its claim. When I finally forced myself to back away, every step felt like trespass. The forest no longer seemed mine, no longer familiar. I could feel the ridge looming higher, the dark trees crowding close. Somewhere in those shadows I knew the skin, stretched thing was watching, waiting. By the time dusk bled across the horizon, I had made camp on a rocky shelf overlooking the valley. I built a fire more out of fear than need, the crackle of flames a fragile barrier against, the silence pressing from the trees. Every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. The rifle lay across my lap, barrel pointed at the dark. Sleep never came. Only the memory of those black eyes, the stretched hide, and the bones arranged like offerings. And a question I couldn't shake. If that thing wore the skin of a deer, then what was beneath? I would learn soon enough, though I wish to God I hadn't. The ridge never truly slept, and neither did I. Firelight jittered on the rock face, like small animals trying to climb out of the dark, and every time I blinked, the image of that thing rising onto two legs flashed behind my eyelids, fresh as if it were happening again. I kept the rifle across my lap and fed the flames a stick at a time, careful not to let them collapse in a shower of sparks that would carry into the timber. The wind died somewhere after midnight. In the new stillness, I heard it breathe. Not the steady pull and push of lungs. This was a long, hollow draw, like air being sucked through a length of pipe. I stood, the stock slick in my palm. Somewhere beyond the reach of the fire's orange, a shape moved between the trunks. First left, then right, as if testing how close it could approach without being truly seen. A wet sloughing sound followed it, as if a heavy tarp dragged across needles. I took 2 steps forward, the heat from the fire popping against my legs. "You keep distance," I said, as if the forest listened to commands. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. Thin. It answered with a sound like a doe bleating, except it wasn't the voice of an animal. The bleat turned mid-note into a human cough, then stumbled into a wheeze that mimicked mine so closely I tasted bile. I lifted the rifle, found the dark with the iron sights, and held my breath until the rear sight steadied. Trees, branches, the voids between. I didn't fire. I've learned there are shots that spend a man twice. Once when the bullet leaves the barrel, and once when he has to live with what it hits. The shape kept circling. I tracked it by the swaying of a fur tip here, the faint rasp of hide against bark there. Twice the sounds close to within 10 paces, and twice I threw a knot of resinous wood onto the fire so it flared and hissed and painted the understory in brief, warping color. The glimpses I stole were worse. Blindness, a vertical length of hide, slumped and creased along an inner framework that didn't match, twitching in little corrections, like someone wearing a suit too big and trying to learn the walk. I thought about retreat. I could shoulder the pack and backtrack toward the truck, moving under the moon before snow closed the road. Except I had already walked farther than my legs, wanted to walk again without sleep, and I knew enough about predators, natural and otherwise, to know that running before you understand what's hunting you is an invitation, not an escape. Near dawn, when the cold bit hard enough to numb my thumb around the safety, the thing stopped. Silence reassembled. A subtle trickle of meltwater under a rock, a branch exhaling its stored frost. I didn't hear it leave. The absence of it felt like a space left behind, a cavity in the dark where something should be. I let the fire burn down to a bed of coals and waited for the line of the eastern ridges to go, from charcoal to the pale of bone. Morning is where men stack reason. In the light, prints measure and maps make sense. I found what it had left me when I stepped beyond the ash ring. My camp was wreathed by a circle of hoofprints. Every one of them pointed inward. The spacing was wrong. Some pairs set so wide a deer would have had to split into 2 animals, others so close they overlapped. At 3 points on the circle, the prints changed into something flat and narrow, not quite human and not entirely hoof. Long ovals with a drag mark at the toe, as if fingers had smudged the earth into their shape. My bedroll, which I had strapped tight against the weather, was loosened and retied. The knot that secured it was correct, a hunter's knot, the kind my hands could tie in the dark. I hadn't tied it. Off to the west, at the edge of the shelf where the slope fell away steeply, a conifer held a gift, a strip of hide hung from a broken branch, damp and heavy, fluttering in the new breeze. It was deer by texture and not deer by cut. The edges weren't shaved clean with a knife, or ragged from the tear of teeth. They were stretched thin, translucent, and then severed straight as if by pressure, like parchment cut with a straight edge. When the wind moved it, a low whistle rose through the pores, a pipe note that made the hair on my arm stand up. I burned the strip in the coals without ceremony. It didn't smell like a deer burning. It smelled like wet canvas and old copper. The smoke threaded up gray and mean, and then disappeared into the cold air, as if the sky refused it. You can tell yourself stories about what's rational. I tried. Starvation makes animals strange. Wasting disease twists bones. People do odd things in remote country. I tried on each explanation like a coat and found none fit. In the end, the simplest truth remained. Something here took what it wanted from the order the ridge obeyed and remade the rules. I didn't want to retreat and keep that ignorance. Men who turn away from the thing that scares them don't really leave it. They carry it home inside themselves. I kicked snow over the last of the coals, filled the small crater with duff, and shouldered my pack. I cut a stick to use as a probe. The ground up by Blackwater is riddled with old badger work and sinkholes, covered by fallen needles. The trail leading away from the circle angled toward the north shoulder of the ridge, where the timber thins into broken rock and stunted spruce. I followed it with the steady pace you learn if you want to last through a day, scanning ahead for the long look and dropping my eyes to check near ground every few steps. By mid-morning the sky had lowered, not storming yet but thinking it over. I moved through a belt of alders whose roots drank from a narrow stream, water the color of tea where it ran over peat. Blackwater isn't named for romance. The tannins stain everything they touch. The bank mud held prints as clean as castings. Hooves, then the long ovals again, then a confusion of marks that looked like hands, pressed at angles, palms, and fingers, and the suggestion of joints too, many and too malleable. Hair tangled in the alder catkins, coarse and dark. When I lifted one length to the light, I saw that the hair itself split toward its end, a fork like a snake's tongue. I dropped it. The trail crossed the stream where stones stepped over like vertebrae. On the far side, a pair of poles had been driven into the muck and laced together with green willow. Stretched across them was another hide, thinned and translucent, its surface mapped with faint lines like veins under skin. This one wasn't deer. It was too pale. I didn't examine it long enough to ask more. Something moved behind it, and the hide bellied toward me as if exhaling. A whisper threaded through in a voice like mine, using my breath pattern, failing on a word the way I fail when a tooth freezes in winter air. I fired. The hide jumped, tore, fluttered back into a sag. Behind it, the brush rattled as something withdrew without hurry. I worked the bolt and held, listening, smelling the sting of powder in the tannic air. No charge, no crash, just a patience that felt like insult. There are times the mountains offer mercy in their leftovers. An old blaze on a tree, a bit of rusted wire fence from a line someone once ran. At the next rise the timber eased open, and I saw a set of squared logs pulled together under a patched roof of tin. A lined shack, not on any current map, not maintained, but standing. I approached careful, barrel low and eyes high. The door hung crooked on one hinge. The other hinge was replaced with a strip of leather and 2 nails driven in at angles. The leather had been rubbed with tallow until it gleamed. That wasn't the work of time. That was recent. Inside, the air held the preserved smell of dust, old ash, mouse. A bunk against the wall. A black iron stove with a pipe that canted up into the roof. On the floor around the door someone had driven short nails point up and then smudged them over with soot so they wouldn't catch light. A ring of something chalky, salt or ash, circled the legs of the bunk. Inside that ring lay a folded paper. I towed it open. The writing had run with damp, but I could piece enough. It was from a ranger or someone pretending at the job. Station numbers, dates, references to snag patches and controlled burns. The notes between the official bits told a different story. If a thing wears a hide, it can be made to leave it. Fire or iron. Don't answer to your name in the dark. Don't step into the circle it makes for you. It mimics what you give it. If it learns your steps, it will walk them back to your door. I fed kindling into the stove and coaxed a flame. The warmth that came was small but honest. With a poker heated to a dull red, I walked the room, touching the steel to each nail head around the door, and to the latch, searing out whatever scent my hands had left. A man does what he can with the tools at hand. I found a roll of baling wire under the bunk and strung a waist high loop from a spike to the stove. If anything should come through the door at speed, it would take the wire low and meet the iron hot. The day dimmed early. Snow began without the courtesy of wind, flakes too soft to click against the tin. I ate jerky and drank meltwater warmed on the stove, the taste of pine needles steeped in metal. From time to time I set my hand to my own breastbone to feel the regularity of breath. Ordinary life puts a man to sleep. The extraordinary keeps him measuring his heart, like a watch he's afraid might stop. It tried the door as evening grayed to night. Not a knock, a test. The latch lifted, fell. Lifted, fell. Paused, as if listening for the pause in me. The nails chittered, points grating on the threshold. I sat very still and felt the building in the air, the way you feel thunder assembling over open ground. The latch lifted again. A sliver opened where the door met the frame, and a ribbon of hide slipped through, feeling along the wood the way a tongue tests a tooth. The skin was pale and hairless, edges thickened with scar. Inside it, something moved, muscle without a proper home. When it crossed the wire, the baling line twanged and the door jolted inward. The ribbon jerked back as if bit. I surged forward with the poker and drove the iron down onto what had come through. The room filled with a smell like burning fat and pennies. A noise rose, not from throat or lungs but from the skin itself, a tight keening such as a kettle makes before it boils. The ribbon retracted on itself, pulled flat through the gap and gone. The latch fell, and the door thudded into place under its own skewed weight. After that it climbed. I heard it drag its weight up the outer wall, a slow, patient scaling. The stovepipe vibrated with a hollow knocking. Soot sifted into the stove's orange belly. I used the poker to push the damper open, fed the fire until it glowed with the heat that bends air, and jammed the poker up into the pipe to clear anything it had gotten caught on. When the poker clanged metal, the knocking stopped. Then something soft pushed into the top of the flue and tried, calmly, methodically, to widen it by pressing. The iron rang. I fed in a length of green wood, so the stove smoked and the pipe coughed with it. If it wanted to taste what was inside, I would make the taste bitter. The radio on the shelf, a portable set that hadn't worked in years by the look of it, sprang to life. Not with a voice, with my breath. The little speaker exhaled in my cadence. I jumped without moving my feet. A memory the hide by the stream. The whisper using my pattern, stumbling where my mouth stumbles. I took the radio and pressed the hot poker against its casing until plastic sagged, and the speaker died with a small crackle. The silence after felt more substantial than before, as if I had unplugged a vein that fed the thing patiently feeling its way in. It didn't rage. That unnerved me more than any tantrum would have. It reset. The pressure against the flue eased. The roof received a new weight and redistributed it. A slow walk passed over me, step, 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 as if it were arranging its thoughts. Snow fell harder, and the sound of it softened the structure into a cocoon. Night settled into the long middle. I sat on the bunk with the rifle across my knees, the poker propped beside me, and listened for where the next inquiry would come. Somewhere in the hours that drag, 2, 3, no clock to be certain, it found the window. Not glass but oiled canvas stretched in a frame to keep weather out. It pressed there, gently at first, and the fabric held a bulge shaped, not like a face but like the idea of a face. The protuberances in the wrong places, the hollows too deep. It learned while it pushed. The features corrected, moved, not to mine, not to any one person's, but toward a human arrangement. I could see the black pits where eyes would be if it decided to wear them. I must have breathed harder. The canvas dimpled where a mouth would take in scent. I took a coal shuttle full of embers from the stove and flung them hard against the base of the window. The canvas smoked and then flared. The bulge snapped flat with a sound like cloth clapping. The shack filled with smoke in a breath. I tore down the frame and shoveled the burning canvas into the stove, then opened the door to let the room cough itself clean. Cold bit my teeth. Outside, just beyond the threshold, the snow was marked with indentations like knees learning how to kneel. Fire or iron, I said to the stove, as if repeating the phrase would inoculate me. The notes in the folded paper hadn't been poetry. They were instructions. The line that lodged and would not dislodge. Don't step into the circle it makes for you. My mind went back to the prints around my camp. All points inward, the ring built for me to stand at its heart. I had stood at the fire. Had that counted? Or was the circle something more precise it was still constructing? Before dawn, the pressure shifted again. Not at the door, the roof, or the window sight. Beneath. The shack had been set on skids that kept the floor from taking water. A crawl space. I heard earth move there in slow, deliberate pulls. My teeth went to chattering before the rest of me could choose. I put the poker back into the fire until it bent itself toward orange. Then I lay on the floor and pressed my ear to the plank. A faint cadence came into my skull. Tap, tap, drag, tap, tap, drag. As if it had worked out the rhythm of my own walk and was returning it to me from underneath. I drove the hot iron between the planks and heard it bite into damp soil. A smell rose that didn't belong to any season. An animal's burrow and a slaughterhouse at once, and I gagged. The movement stopped. The space under me felt quiet enough to hear the shift of snow settling on branches. Light came thin and late. The storm had thrown a blanket over the ridge, and the world beyond the door was a brightness that confused depth and distance. I opened up anyway. I had not come here to spend the rest of my life in a room small enough to heat with a whisper. If the thing was made patient, I would be made stubborn. I stepped out with the rifle ready, and the poker tucked under my arm like a shepherd's staff. The snow held a statement, the outline of a circle 15 feet, wide, stamped shallow. Not in prints, but in a continuous depression, as if something had rolled its weight along the path like a hoop. At true north of that circle, a rib lay upright, like a standing stone, its base buried, its top sharpened. On it hung a length of sinew twisted into a shape that suggested letters without forming any I knew. At due south, on the line between the circle and the shack door, my own boot prints repeated in a mirror: left, left, right, as if I had stepped out and back, all night long while never leaving the bunk. I didn't cross the circle. I followed its outside edge until I reached the rib. The sinew's twist pulled the eye, and wanted my tongue to try sounds I didn't own. I cut it free with the tip of the poker and carried it to the stove and fed it to the fire. It burned with a brief blue that made the iron ring. If this thing learned what it was given, then I had already taught it too much. My breathing, my pace, the shape of my camp. I stood in the doorway with a plan. That felt like standing in a river against a push. I would make it come where fire and iron could reach it, and I would take what it wore away from it. If it had bones under there, they belonged to something that understood these mountains less than I did. I would not let it walk in my steps to any door I ever called mine. I packed the shack with what little metal it offered. Nails, the stove grating, a broken saw blade. Heated them all to a red that hummed in the dim air. I anchored the baling wire again and strung 2 more lines, waist high and knee high to trip and tangle. On the floor by the threshold I spread ash in a thin layer to take prints. I set the radio. Now a melted carcass, near the door as decoy, some small stupid gesture that felt like insisting on my own humor in a place that had no use for it. Then I sat and I waited. The day wore itself down the long seam toward night, while the ridge practiced silence that belonged to larger things than me. When the first scrape touched the far wall, polite, exploratory, I didn't move. When the stovepipe trembled as if a breath stroked its mouth, I didn't look away from the door. I could feel my chest the heaviness of the choice closing in. Men like to think courage is a loud thing. Most of the time, it's just staying where you put yourself. The latch lifted. The door remembered it was a door and complained in a wooden voice. And the circle outside, which I had refused to step into, waited with its edge sharp as a drawn blade, for however long refusal could hold. The latch lifted once more, slow as a deliberate breath, and the shack exhaled old dust around me. I held still, rifle braced against my shoulder, cheek to stock. The circle outside lay buried under white silence, but I could feel it out there like a muscle flexing, the geometry of it taut and waiting. The thing had made its pattern. All it needed was for me to step into it. The door cracked open. Not wide. Just enough for cold light to bleed across the floorboards and catch the layer of ash I had spread there. A single shape pressed through the gap, thin, elongated, almost hand, like but slicker, fingers too long. The hide around them stretched taut, as if trying to remember what knuckles should look like. The fingers hovered over the ash, then descended. The print it left behind was not a hoof, not a paw. It was an imitation of my hand, 4 digits and a thumb, only the proportions wrong, as though a child had traced an outline of mine and then tugged it out of symmetry. The ash took the shape clean. The fingers flexed. The door widened another inch. I wanted to fire, to blast whatever leaned there back into the snow, but instinct told me the circle was the real trap, not the hand. If I fired too soon, I might only push it back into patience. And patience was a resource it seemed to have more of than me. So instead I did the strangest thing I've ever done while holding a rifle. I smiled, not out of humor, but defiance. My teeth showed white in the gloom. The hand withdrew. The door fell shut. Silence again. I knew then the stalemate couldn't last. I could sit here until my food was gone and my body wore down. Or I could step into what it had built and let the story finish. That thought nearly broke me. But hunters know a wound festers if you leave it. A trail dies if you don't follow it while it's fresh. The mountains don't wait for you to gather courage. By noon the snow had lightened, a thin veil instead of a storm. I packed my things tight, every strap cinched, and slung the rifle across my back. I heated one last piece of iron in the stove, a broken section of saw blade, and wired it to the end of a stick as a makeshift spear. If the rifle failed, if everything failed, at least I could put fire, bitten steel between me, whatever wore that skin. Then I opened the door and stepped onto the threshold. The circle lay etched in shallow relief across the snow. The rib still stood at its northern edge, though the sinew I'd burned had left only a smear of ash on the ground. The mirrored boot prints still faced my shack, perfect replicas of mine. The space within the circle was empty, too empty. No squirrel tracks, no rabbit hops, not even the stipple of snowflakes. The white surface lay untouched, as if the sky itself had skipped that ground. I didn't cross it. I walked its perimeter, slow, deliberate. My boots packed sound into the hush, crunch after crunch. For half the circuit nothing stirred. Then, at the western edge where the timber began again, the snow rose. It rose as if something had lain just beneath it, waiting. The shape lifted itself to standing, shaking snow like a man might shrug off a blanket. It wore the deer hide again, but poorly. The skin sagged, crooked, seams loose, parts dragging where there was nothing underneath to fill them. The head lolled against the chest, antlers hanging at uneven angles. As it straightened, the body beneath pressed against the hide and shifted it, a face pushing forward where no face should be, then sliding away, leaving only stretched pelt. The thing stepped to the circle's edge and halted. One hoof, or foot, hovered over the line, then drew back. It couldn't cross. That much was plain. The circle wasn't made for it. It was made for me. "Is this what you want?" I said, voice low, breaking in the cold air. For me to come inside. It tilted its head, slowly, like a deer listening. Then it opened the hide where the mouth should have been. From inside came my voice. Not words, just my own breathing, dragged and looped. A hunter's rhythm echoed back at me, until I couldn't tell if I was listening to myself or to it. I tightened my grip on the spear. Fire or iron, the note had said. I had both. But you can't kill what you don't understand. And some foolish part of me wanted to know what lay under that hide before I tried. So I stepped into the circle. The air changed instantly. Cold grew sharper, sound thickened. Even the gray daylight seemed to warp. My heartbeat knocked in my throat, warning me I had made the wrong choice, but my boots kept moving forward. The creature mirrored me, step for step, its legs bending wrong, the hide sliding across them like cloth over wet clay. At the center of the circle, I stopped. My breath smoked between us. The thing stopped too. Then it lifted its arms. The hide tore with the sound of fabric splitting. What came out was pale, almost luminous against the snow. The shape of a man, but elongated, starved, every bone too visible under slick flesh. The face was blank except for the eyes. Black hollows so deep the light never touched their bottom. It reached for its own hide as if offering it. I realized then that it wasn't wearing the deer's skin as a disguise. It was shedding it the way a snake leaves its old casing behind. And it wanted me to take it. The hide slumped into the snow at my feet. The exposed thing stood taller now, its shoulders drawn wide, the raw sinew of its body pulsing as if it had finally been freed. My skin prickled with the understanding that I had just completed some part of its ritual, that by stepping into the circle I had agreed without words. It leaned closer. The pits of its eyes widened. and in them I saw a reflection that was not a mirror but a rehearsal. Me, standing where I stood, rifle across my back, spear in hand. Me, but thinner, stretched, hollow. The horror wasn't that it wanted to wear me. The horror was that it wanted to learn me, to know every step, every breath, until it could walk out of these mountains with my face and my habits, and no one would see the difference. I dropped the spear into the snow and snatched the hide from the ground. It sagged heavy, damp, colder than ice, the inner side slick like raw meat. The creature's eyes followed the movement, hungry. If it wanted me to wear the skin, then fire would deny it. With a shout that broke whatever silence the circle held, I swung the hide onto the sharpened rib. The pelt caught, tore, and I thrust the saw blade through it, pinning it against the bone. Then I fired. Once, twice. The rifle roared inside the circle. Each shot deafening, the bullets tearing hide and bone, and whatever tethered the two. The thing screamed. Not from its mouth, but from every inch of its body. The sound was skin screaming, flesh and bone shrieking together. A high, ragged note that rattled the circle itself. The snow convulsed, patterns twisting underfoot. I dropped to my knees, covered my ears, and still it rang through me. The creature staggered back, its hollow eyes pouring blackness like smoke. It clawed at the pinned hide, desperate, but the fire-bitten iron held. When it touched the saw blade, the flesh sizzled, and it recoiled, keening higher. Then, as sudden as it began, it collapsed. The body folded inward, spine snapping like wet wood, legs crumpling beneath. The smoke pouring from its eyes dissolved into the air, thinning, vanishing. What hit the snow was not a body but a husk, empty skin, pale and stretched, no more substance than parchment. The circle broke. The depression in the snow filled with wind. The light grew clear again. I stood shaking, rifle barrel steaming in the cold. My breath came ragged, my throat raw from shouting. The husk lay at my feet, deflating further with every gust of air, until at last there was nothing left but a patch of flattened snow. I turned and walked out. Step by step, not running. Hunters don't run unless they mean to bleed. By the time I reached the shack, the sky had opened into blue. The storm was gone, as if it had only been staged for that one encounter. I gathered my pack, stamped out the last of the fire in the stove, and didn't look back at the circle. Some things don't deserve a farewell. The hike down the ridge felt longer than it should have. Every bend in the trail made me expect to see it again, striding along in my own gait, smiling with my own crooked tooth. But the woods held nothing more than wind and ravens, and the sound of snow sliding from branches. I reached the truck at dusk. My hands shook so hard I fumbled the keys twice. The engine coughed, then caught, as the road carried me out of the backcountry. I told myself the truth I needed to hear: it was over. The hide was burned, the thing unmade. But nights since then have taught me different. Because sometimes, walking across my cabin floor, in the still hours, I'll hear a second tread under mine, a half beat out of sync, like an echo learning the rhythm. Sometimes, in the frost on the window, I'll see not my own reflection, but a stretched, thinner version, watching from the other side of the glass. And sometimes when I step outside into the snow, I'll find circles, always faint, always just beginning. And I know one thing with more certainty than I know the weight of a rifle or the bend of a deer trail. That skin-stretched thing was never killed. It was only waiting, and it is still learning me. My name is Caroline Brooks, and I'm a 30-year-old teacher from North Carolina who spends her summers chasing trails across the mountains. For years I have carried maps marked with red ink, circling shelters along the Appalachian Trail that I promised myself I would one day visit. It is a compulsion born from equal parts wanderlust and stubbornness. Though lately I have begun to wonder if there was something deeper pulling me along these ridges, as if the woods themselves had been waiting for me. I mention this because, until the summer I found myself alone, in an old shelter just south of Roan Mountain, I thought hiking was simply a way to quiet my mind. That night, I learned the silence can open doors you never wanted opened. The day leading up to it had been uneventful, which is the trick the forest likes to play. The more ordinary the walk feels, the more jarring the moment becomes when the ordinary ends. I had left the highway near Elk Park and climbed steadily through a long stretch of switchbacks, pausing every so often to wipe sweat from my forehead and take in the way fog drifted like pale ghosts through the rhododendron. I arrived at the shelter by late afternoon, a three-sided structure of weathered logs and a sagging tin roof with a small window cut crudely into the back wall. The Appalachian shelters are usually nothing more than a roof and a platform, open to the elements, but this one felt enclosed, heavier somehow, as though its walls had absorbed decades of wary hikers and their secrets. I set down my pack, lit a small fire in the stone ring outside, and cooked a simple meal of rice and jerky. My phone showed no signal, but that was expected out here. I made a note in my journal about the miles covered and the sound of a whip pour while calling from the slope below, and I told myself I would sleep early. I did not mention the way the shadows seemed to gather in the corners of the shelter, as though reluctant to leave. I have always been prone to imagination, and I have learned that writing down those little worries can give them too much life. So I omitted it, tucked the journal back into my pack, and stretched out in my sleeping bag. The fire burned low outside, throwing faint light through the window, and I drifted into a half-sleep, the kind where the body rests but the mind keeps an ear open for every snap of twig. It must have been near midnight when I woke to scratching. At first I thought it was a raccoon, nosing around the fire ring for scraps. But the sound was too deliberate, too steady, like fingernails raking along the wooden slats of the shelter wall. I held still, every muscle tense, and listened. Scratch, pause, scratch. Each drag came from the direction of the window. I told myself to be rational, that animals make strange noises, that the Appalachian nights are full of small thieves, searching for crumbs. But when I rolled slowly onto my side and opened my eyes, the rational part of me fractured. Outside the window stood a figure. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with the build of a man who had spent years lifting wood or stone. His frame filled the narrow window, blocking most of the pale glow from the fire. But where a human head should have been, there was instead the head of an owl. A barn owl, white and heart-shaped, feathers catching the dim light in ghostly streaks. His eyes were enormous, black voids that seemed to drink in the faint embers behind me. And as I watched, frozen in the cocoon of my sleeping bag, his head twisted. Not the way a man might turn to glance over his shoulder, but a full rotation, unnatural and fluid, until the face was reversed entirely before circling back, settling on me again. The scratching stopped the moment our eyes met. I knew instinctively not to move, not even to breathe too loudly. as though any sudden motion would break the fragile distance between us. The owl-headed man, because that is what I have called him ever since, stood without shifting his shoulders, without the rise and fall of breath. He only tilted his head slowly, like a bird considering prey. I tried to tell myself I was dreaming, caught in some cruel trick of half-sleep. But the longer I stared, the more the details burned into me, the faint steam of his breath fogging the glass, the sharp curve of talons where his fingers pressed the window frame, the subtle shuffle of his stance, as if his legs were not entirely human, beneath the dark outline of his trousers. I do not know how long I lay there, minutes, an hour, an eternity, but eventually the figure leaned closer. The beak touched the glass, scraping lightly, and a sound came. Not a hoot, not a word, but something in between, a drawn-out syllable like the beginning of speech.
Say.
Row. Line. My own name. Drawn out, rasping, distorted through the throat of something that should not know how to speak at all. I yanked the sleeping bag zipper up to my chin like a child hiding from a nightmare. My heart hammered so hard that I was certain he could hear it. I squeezed my eyes shut, convinced that if I pretended long enough, if I forced myself into stillness, he would lose interest. But the scratching began again, softer this time, tracing letters against the wood. I could hear it C-A-R, the deliberate carving of my name. I do not remember falling asleep, but at some point exhaustion dragged me under. When I woke, morning light streamed through the shelter's open front. The fire outside had long gone cold. I sat up slowly, every muscle aching from tension, and turned toward the window. There were marks on the wood, not deep gouges, but clear enough that I could trace them with my fingertip. C-A-R-O. The rest had been left unfinished. I stumbled outside into the damp grass, desperate for proof that what I had seen was only a dream. But the earth betrayed me. Prints pressed into the soil led away from the window. Prints too large to be mine, barefoot. But each toe ended not in rounded human shape, but in something sharper. The rest of that morning passed in a haze of denial. I packed quickly, forcing myself to believe that if I hiked far enough, if I filled the day with motion and sun, the memory would blur into something less sinister. But the woods carried the knowledge with me. Every rustle of leaves overhead felt like feathers brushing. Every hollow knock of wood against stone sounded like the scrape of talons. I could not escape the feeling that the owl-headed man was still nearby, circling, waiting for nightfall. I told myself I would stop at the next shelter with other hikers. That company would banish whatever had unsettled me. Yet when I reached it by evening, the place was empty, only wind passing through the cracks. I could not bring myself to stay. I pushed on, legs trembling with fatigue, until the sky turned violet and shadows grew long across the trail. Finally, I collapsed beside a small clearing, too wary to continue. I built another fire, larger this time, and sat close enough that sparks singed the edges of my sleeves. I whispered my own name aloud, over and over, as if reminding the dark that I still belonged to myself. The night held, but the memory of that twisting head, those black eyes fixed on me, would not loosen its grip. I realized then that I could hike the entire span of the Appalachian Trail, vanish into every mountain hollow and ridge, but I would never truly leave that shelter. Part of me had been claimed, and part of me remained behind, watching from the other side of that window. And in the stillness of the forest, beneath the canopy that has hidden generations of secrets, I thought I heard a sound, faint, distant, yet unmistakable. The low rasp of my name, carried on wings I could not see. The next morning should have felt like salvation, but the dawn only made everything more brittle. The light revealed more than it comforted. My face felt hollow, eyes sunken from lack of sleep, and every muscle carried the memory of bracing against something I could not fight. Still, I told myself that rational steps would keep me steady. Pack the gear, eat something warm, keep walking. Movement was safety. Stopping was surrender. I boiled water for oatmeal, though I could barely force it down. My hands shook each time I lifted the cup, not from cold, but from the memory of those eyes through the window. The trail stretched onward, winding north, a ribbon that promised progress, but no real escape. Every hiker knows the feeling of being watched from the woods. But once you have seen the thing behind the gaze, that sensation digs deeper. The trees themselves feel complicit. By late morning, I reached a stretch of exposed ridgeline. Wind cut sharp against my cheeks, snapping strands of hair loose from my braid. For a moment, I felt lighter, the openness a relief after the pressed shadows of the shelter. I stopped at a rocky outcrop to catch my breath and looked back along the path. The forest spread below, endless ridges folding into one another, and yet I could not shake the certainty that somewhere, among those trees, he was perched, watching. It is difficult to explain how the mind fractures under that kind of pressure. Rational thought tries to stitch excuses, sleep deprivation, overactive imagination, leftover fear from a bad dream. But deeper down, the animal part of me knew the truth. What I had seen was real. The carved letters in the wood had not been hallucination. The prints in the earth had not been raccoons or bears. The all-headed man existed, and he had spoken my name. The trail dipped into heavier forest by afternoon. I kept glancing to either side, scanning for movement. The woods grew unnaturally quiet in patches, the way they sometimes do before a storm, though the sky overhead was clear. That silence made my ears strain for any sound. When it came, I almost wished it hadn't a single low hoot, drawn out and resonant, rolling across the trees. I froze mid-step. The sound was not far. My instinct was to run. But running on a trail with a 30-pound pack is more dangerous than staying calm. So I walked faster instead, every step deliberate, knees aching from the pace. I whispered small prayers, not because I am religious, but because the rhythm of words gave me something to hold. Hours passed that way. At last, near dusk, I stumbled upon another shelter. Relief should have flooded me, but instead dread rose in its place. The thought of crawling into another three-sided shack, of lying helpless in the dark with only thin boards between me and that thing, made my stomach twist. I considered pushing farther, but my legs trembled with exhaustion, and the map showed no other stopping point, within reach before nightfall. I was cornered by necessity. The shelter looked similar to the last. Timbers darkened by rain, roof patched with rusted tin, but no window this time. Only 3 open sides facing into the clearing. I told myself that was safer. Nothing could loom behind glass. Nothing could carve its way into my sleep from the shadows of a back wall. I set my pack down, built a fire larger than the one before, and sat with my back pressed firmly to the wood. I ate quickly, eyes flicking to every rustle at the forest edge. Night crept in. Crickets began their steady drone, filling the silence that had gnawed at me earlier. I clung to that sound like a lifeline. Normal. Natural. The voice of summer woods. But as the fire burned lower, I noticed a change. The crickets faltered, their rhythm thinning until gaps stretched wider than they should. The night inhaled, and from that breath came another sound, the faint crunch of leaves, deliberate and steady. I gripped the handle of my hiking knife, though I knew it would be useless. The footsteps circled the clearing, always just beyond the firelight. I could not see him, but I could feel the weight of his eyes. At one point the sound stopped directly behind me, beyond the shelter wall, and I nearly screamed from the pressure of waiting. Then came the scraping again, this time on the outside of the logs, the same measured drag of talons against wood. I wanted to run, to flee into the dark regardless of danger, but my body betrayed me, rooted in place by terror. The scraping moved slowly around the shelter's perimeter until it reached the front, and at last he stepped into view. The fire had burned down to coals, enough to illuminate him faintly. He was taller than I remembered, shoulders impossibly broad, arms long enough that his fingers nearly brushed his knees. His torso was clothed in something ragged, fabric torn and hanging in strips like old flannel. But the head was the same in owls, pale and alien, eyes catching firelight like mirrors. He tilted it sideways, studying me as though I were pinned insect beneath glass. Sa, row, line, he rasped again. Hearing it in the open without the muffling pain of glass made it worse. The voice carried, deep and broken, like air forced through a throat not meant for speech. My name came out stretched, almost sung, yet every syllable felt wrong, profaned. I raised the knife, though my hand shook so violently the blade wavered. His head twisted in a full arc again, snapping back with a crack of vertebrae, and then he laughed. The sound was neither human nor animal, but a warped blend, high and shrill and mocking. My legs gave way and I collapsed against the logs. For a heartbeat, I thought he would cross the fire and end me, but instead he crouched. The motion was fluid, unnatural for a frame that size. He squatted on his haunches at the far edge of the fire, taloned hands dangling loosely, and continued to watch me. His eyes did not blink. Not once. I do not remember how long it lasted. Minutes. Hours. It stretched until time felt like a cruel trick. At some point, exhaustion took me again. When I woke, morning light bled through the trees, and he was gone. I staggered from the shelter, legs numb, throat raw as though I had been screaming in my sleep. There were tracks in the dirt, clear as any I had ever seen, human in shape but ending in sharp impressions, like claws digging deep. They circled the shelter twice before trailing back into the woods. That day I did not bother with breakfast. I strapped my pack, cinched it tight, and pushed north at a brutal pace. The trail blurred beneath me. I passed 2-day hikers near mid-morning, and when they smiled and offered greetings, I nearly burst into tears from the relief of human contact. I considered telling them what I had seen, warning them, but the words lodged in my throat. What would I say? That a man with the head of an owl had followed me across ridges, called my name, laughed at me by the fire. They would smile politely and keep walking, convinced I was delirious or unstable. So I kept my silence, but the presence did not leave me. That night I paid for a room at a small hostel near a road crossing, determined to surround myself with people, to bury the fear and chatter and clatter of dishes. And for a while it worked. I ate with strangers, showered, washed my clothes. The fluorescent lights and hum of the ceiling fan felt blessedly ordinary. Yet when I lay down in the bunk, closing my eyes to the sound of other hikers, breathing, the silence found me again. Somewhere in the drifting haze before sleep, I heard it. Faint, distant but real. A scraping sound against wood. Letters forming. My name. I sat up, heart in my throat, and stared at the window across the room. For a moment I swore I saw the reflection of Pathers in the glass, vanishing the instant I blinked. I did not sleep that night in the hostel. Even with the comfort of walls and strangers breathing in bunks around me, my mind refused to trust that I was safe. The sound of his scraping, the vision of feathers against glass, replayed endlessly until dawn bled pale through the curtains. When the others stirred, zippers rasping, boots thudding on the wooden floor, I packed quickly and left without breakfast. The idea of lingering, of being still long enough for him to find me again, made my skin crawl. The road crossing outside the hostel buzzed faintly with passing cars, and for a while I stood on the gravel shoulder, debating whether to continue my hike at all. The Appalachian Trail stretched on, hundreds of miles of forest and ridge between me and the next town. But behind me lay the memory of the shelters, and the knowledge that if I abandoned the path, I would always wonder whether he was waiting for me in the ordinary corners of life. Fear would travel farther than my feet ever could. So I chose forward. I lifted my pack, adjusted the straps until the weight settled across my hips, and stepped back into the woods. For the first few hours, I convinced myself that daylight meant safety. The trail wound upward through spruce and fir, the air sharp with resin. I found a rhythm in my steps, breathing into it, telling myself over and over that he was only a hallucination. But denial wears thin when you notice the forest growing too quiet, when even birdsong falters in your presence. At one point, as I passed beneath a leaning hemlock, a feather drifted down before me, pale, curved unmistakably from an owl. I stopped dead, staring upward, but the branches swayed empty. By evening I reached another shelter. I thought I would pass it by, but exhaustion made the decision for me. My legs wobbled, knees threatening to give way. I had pushed too hard. If I kept walking into the night, I would collapse. So I gathered wood, built a fire as large as I dared, and sat with my back pressed against my pack. This time, I did not sleep. I forced myself to remain awake, eyes scanning the clearing, knife laid across my lap. Hours crawled by. My fire burned low, but I fed it constantly, unwilling to let the flames shrink. The forest was quiet, the air heavy, until sometime past midnight I heard it the low, deliberate crunch of leaves. He was coming. I gripped the knife so tightly my knuckles whitened. My breath caught in shallow gasps. From the tree line, he emerged. Bull-headed, shoulders broad, arms long. He walked slowly into the clearing, unhurried, as if he knew I had nowhere to go. His head tilted, rotated, snapping in that grotesque way, and his eyes reflected the firelight like two black mirrors. Row, line. The sound scraped out, half-hooted, half-human, vibrating in my chest. I wanted to scream at him, to demand what he wanted, but my voice failed. He crouched again at the edge of the fire, talons curling into the dirt, and simply watched me. Minutes bled into hours. My eyes burned with exhaustion, yet terror kept me awake. At some point I realized he was waiting, not to strike, not to vanish, just waiting for me to break. I did. My voice cracked out, hoarse and trembling. "What are you?" The head twisted slowly, full circle before settling. His beak opened. The sound that came was not words, but the echo of 100 voices layered together, male and female, old and young. They all whispered my name. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voices filled me from the inside, vibrating in my skull. Images followed, vast forests stretching endlessly, owl eyes gleaming from every branch, talons carving names into bark. I saw other hikers, faces pale with fear, mouths open in screams I could not hear. And beneath it all, a single truth pressed itself into me: he was not alone. He was only one of many. When I opened my eyes again, dawn was creeping over the horizon. The fire had burned down to ash. The clearing was empty. My knife lay in the dirt beside me, forgotten. My throat was raw, as though I had screamed all night, though I remembered no sound. I left the shelter without looking back. The following days blurred. I passed hikers who greeted me with cheerful nods, and I forced smiles in return, but none of them could see the shadow clinging to me. I tried to push farther each day, racing toward the next town, convinced that civilization might sever the connection. Yet no matter how far I walked, the signs followed: feathers on the trail, scratches on tree trunks spelling the beginning of my name, the faint hoot echoing through valleys at night. At last I reached Damascus, Virginia, a trail town bustling with hikers. I rented a small room above a cafe, determined that this would be the end. I would rest here, buy a bus ticket, and abandon the trail. My pride, my curiosity, my longing for wilderness. All of it meant nothing compared to the weight of those eyes. That night, safe in a bed with a lock on the door, I let myself believe for a moment that it was over. I drifted into sleep, heavy and dreamless, until a sound woke me. A scrape, slow, deliberate. I sat up, heart hammering. The noise came from the window. I told myself not to look, that if I pretended long enough, it would pass. But denial is thin armor. I turned my head. He was there, pressed against the glass, feathers pale in the moonlight, eyes wide and black. His beak tapped lightly, a patient rhythm. And then, impossibly, the window began to lift. I stumbled from the bed, grabbing the lamp from the nightstand, and hurled it at the frame. The glass shattered outward, shards scattering onto the street below. For an instant he vanished into the dark, wings beating silently. I collapsed to the floor, sobbing with relief, even as blood trickled down my arm from a cut. The innkeeper found me at dawn, glass littering the floor, the window broken wide. I told him someone had tried to break in, and he clucked sympathetically, but his eyes held suspicion. I did not care. I left Damascus that morning, bought a ticket, and returned home. It has been months since then. I teach again, drive the same streets, buy groceries under fluorescent lights. To anyone else, my life looks ordinary. But the truth is, I am never free. Some nights I wake to scraping on the siding of my house. Sometimes I find feathers on my porch. And always, when the world is quietest, I hear my name whispered on the edge of sleep. I do not hike anymore. I cannot even walk in the woods near my town. The trees feel complicit, the silence dangerous. My maps sit folded in a drawer, red circles marking shelters I will never see. I have tried to tell myself that the owl-headed man is bound to the Appalachians, to those old shelters and ridges. But deep down, I know better. He followed me here. He spoke my name. Once something like that knows you, there is no border it cannot cross. And so I live with the waiting for the day he no longer lingers outside windows, no longer scratches letters into wood, but steps fully into the room. Waiting for the moment his eyes catch mine in the dark, and he tilts his head with that endless patience. Because he is not done with me. He never was. My name is Ezra Pike, and I was raised with a quiet respect for the Yukon River. I grew up in a family that believed in hard work, solitude, and the kind of independence that only the northern wilderness could provide. For as long as I can remember, I was drawn to the water, to its endless curves and moods, to the mystery of what might be hidden beneath its surface. It was no surprise to anyone when I made a habit of long canoe trips downriver, alone for weeks at a time, camping on the gravel bars, fishing when I could, and carrying only what fit into my packs. The Yukon had always been a companion to me, even when it was harsh, and I had thought myself capable of reading its every change in voice. What I did not realize then was that the river had other voices, ones I was not meant to hear. The trip that brought me to the gravel bar began like so many before it. I launched from Whitehorse in early summer, when the days seemed never to end, and the sky stretched forever in pale light. My goal was Dawson, where I would meet an old friend. But I wasn't in a hurry. My pace was easy, sometimes paddling steadily, sometimes letting the current carry me while I watched bald eagles trace lazy spirals above the spruce. The land around me was as unspoiled as ever. Hillsides green with trembling aspen, the far-off cry of loons, moose drinking knee deep in the shallows, their breath steaming against the morning chill. I slept each night by the water, lulled by the unceasing rush, finding a rhythm as natural as breathing. It was on the 7th night of the trip that I found the gravel bar. It wasn't remarkable at first glance. Just a wide shelf of smooth stones jutting from the current, edged with driftwood bleached silver by the sun. I had camped on plenty of such bars before. They were convenient, open, and gave me a clear view in all directions. That night, I pulled the canoe up well above the waterline, made a small fire from the driest wood I could gather, and cooked what little I had left of smoked salmon. The sky was still glowing faintly. It was nearly midnight, and I sat staring at the slow eddies, thinking about the silence that always seemed to fall heavier at this hour, when even the insects quieted. I fell asleep quickly, wrapped in my sleeping bag, the fire reduced to coals. At first, my dreams were the usual half, flickers of memory and imagination, but then something strange reached through them, a sound that was not part of my dreams at all. I woke with a jolt, heart racing, ears straining. The river was no longer its steady self. It was screaming. That is the only way I can describe it. The sound was not the tumbling crash of rapids or the hollow groan of ice, things I knew well and could explain. This was human, a woman's voice, raw and filled with terror, shrieked and shrieked, carried along the current. My body went rigid. It came again higher, piercing through the night air like the ripping of fabric. Every hair on my arms stood on end. My mind raced someone drowning, someone caught in the current, calling for help. I scrambled to my feet, stumbling over rocks as I ran to the water's edge. The surface was black and shifting, pale reflections of the half moon breaking into fragments. And then I saw her, a figure, impossibly pale, like bone under thin skin, thrashing wildly in the middle of the channel. Her arms rose, flailed, vanished beneath the churn. Her hair spread like riverweed. She screamed again, and the sound seemed to come not just from her throat, but from the river itself, as if the water carried it forward. I yelled without thinking, my voice thin against the roaring shriek. "Hold on." My hands shot to the canoe, dragging it down, shoving it toward the water. I fumbled for my paddle, for anything. But as suddenly as she had been there, she was gone. No sinking, no final splash, no trace at all. One moment, she fought against the current, her face twisted in terror, and the next, the river rolled smooth and indifferent, the screaming cut short as though a hand had covered her mouth. I froze, paddle clutched to my chest, the silence afterward even more deafening. The Yukon flowed on, calm and steady, as though mocking me. I waited for a ripple, for bubbles, for the body to rise, but nothing stirred. I should have convinced myself then that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I had been awake, I knew I had. My lungs still burned from shouting. My ears still rang from the scream. I stood there for what felt like an hour, scanning the black water, whispering to myself, "Where did you go? Where did you go?" The night gave me no answer. Reluctantly, I hauled the canoe back up and sat by the fire. Sleep was impossible now. My thoughts churned like the current, replaying the sight of her again and again, the frantic arms, the impossible disappearance. When dawn came, I expected to see some sign. A shoe washed ashore, a scrap of clothing. But the gravel bar was as clean as before. It was as though the night had swallowed her whole. That day I paddled harder than usual, as if distance would erase the memory. I told myself it had been a trick of the light. A log rolling in the water, pale under the moon. My mind, hearing the rush of current, had twisted it into a scream. I told myself these things, but they did not settle. The sound had been too distinct, too human. And the eyes I thought I glimpsed, dark, wide pleading, no log could have them. For the next 2 nights, nothing happened. I camped further downriver, away from gravel bars, tucking myself near the shelter of willow thickets. Each night I lay awake longer, waiting for the sound to return, half hoping it would not. The wilderness can play tricks, yes, but I had never known it to invent whole people. My unease grew with every mile, pressing like weight on my chest. On the 3rd night, it returned. I had camped once more on a gravel shelf. Though I swore I would avoid them, the convenience was too much to resist, and was dozing uneasily when it began again. The same scream, identical in pitch and terror, burst across the water. I sat up instantly, every muscle tense. The fire had burned low, but the sound carried regardless, louder than before. I rushed to the edge, and there she, pale figure, hair wild, arms thrashing. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, and the scream stretched into a note that seemed endless. This time I did not move to launch the canoe. Something in me had shifted. The disappearance from before lingered in my mind. I crouched instead, watching. The figure flailed for long seconds, then once more collapsed into nothing, the water smoothing instantly. A silence as total as death followed. My stomach twisted. It was not right. No body, no sign, no evidence. The same pattern repeating, a vision, not a person. A ghost if I believed in such things. I sat back, gripping the stones until my palms ached. My breath came shallow. The Yukon was no longer a companion. It was a stage, and I was the only audience to a horror it wished to share. Somewhere deep inside, I knew this was not over. The river had chosen me for something, though I could not name what. And the more I listened, the more I felt the water beneath the scream, whispering with 100 voices I had never before noticed, as though each eddy carried a secret I was not meant to hear. I could not leave. My supplies would not last if I turned back, and besides, some stubborn pride burned in me. This was my river, my path. I had faced storms, ice jams, bears. I told myself I could face this too. Yet as I lay back down, staring into the dim sky, I felt certain that when the scream came again, it would be closer. And when it was close enough, I did not know if I would survive hearing it. The next morning, I rose with a heaviness in my chest, as though the river itself had settled inside me overnight. I packed my gear with shaking hands, forcing myself into the ordinary rhythm of the journey. Roll the sleeping bag, stow the tent, secure the packs, push off into the current. But the Yukon no longer felt the same beneath my paddle. Its surface seemed thicker, darker, and each dip of the blade made me think of pulling through blood instead of water. I told myself to focus on the practical things. The current was strong, the sun was bright, the weather was steady. There was no reason to let imagination or fear overtake me. But my ears betrayed me. They strained against the silence, always waiting for the scream to come again, even in broad daylight. The breeze rustling the spruce sounded like whispers. The wing beats of a raven overhead felt like a scream stretching thin. My senses, honed for years to survive in the wilderness, had turned into tormentors. By mid-afternoon, I passed a small riverside settlement, half a dozen cabins, smoke curling from one chimney. Normally I would have kept to myself, but some desperation tugged me toward shore. I craved human voices, anything to remind me that I was not alone against whatever haunted me. I beached the canoe and walked up the stony slope. A man sat on a porch, his skin leathered by years of wind and cold, a rifle resting casually across his knees. He watched me approach with the wary expression common to people out here, where strangers were rare and not always welcome. "Afternoon," I said, lifting a hand. My voice cracked more than I intended. He nodded once. "Passing through." "Headed for Dawson," I replied. "Been camping along the river. Had some strange nights." I didn't know how much to say. Speaking of what I'd seen felt dangerous, like giving it power. His eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest hint of understanding. He spat into the dust and said, "Strange how?" I hesitated. The words felt heavy. Heard screaming, like a woman drowning. Thought I saw her, but she vanished. Twice. His face did not change, though I thought I caught the flicker of recognition in his eyes. He tapped the butt of the rifle against the porch boards, thinking. Then he said quietly, "You're not the first." My heart clenched. "You've heard it." "I've heard tell," he replied, not committing himself. "Old story up here. They call her the River Screamer. Folks say she was taken by the current long ago. Some say she was a prospector's wife. Others say a woman wronged, thrown into the Yukon with her hands tied. Doesn't matter which. She shows herself now and then, always screaming, always gone when you blink." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. What happens if she keeps coming back? The man finally looked me square in the eye. "Don't follow. Don't answer her. If you do, you'll go where she went." His words rattled inside me like stones in a tin can. I wanted to ask more, but he stood, lifting the rifle as though our talk was over. I understood. These things weren't spoken of lightly. Out here, the wilderness had its own set of laws, and people respected them in silence. I thanked him and pushed back into the river, though every stroke of the paddle felt heavier with the knowledge he'd shared. It should have comforted me, knowing others had heard her, that I wasn't losing my mind. Instead, it made everything worse. If others had seen her, then she was real. Real enough to steal people away. The next 2 nights, I avoided gravel bars altogether, hugging the shoreline where brush crowded the bank. I made my camps deep in the willows, close enough to hear the water, but far enough that I hoped it wouldn't reach me. For 2 nights, I was spared. I almost convinced myself that leaving the open gravel had worked, that perhaps she only haunted those bars, those wide open stretches where the moon could find her. On the 3rd night, I was proven wrong. I had just dozed off when the scream tore through the silence, raw and sharp enough to feel like claws across my chest. My eyes flew open. I hadn't even set camp near the water, but it didn't matter. The sound carried like it was inside my skull. I pressed my hands over my ears, but that only trapped it deeper. This time, though, it was different. The scream didn't fade. It stretched on, rising and falling, the kind of sound a throat shouldn't be able to sustain. It seemed to circle my camp, though I knew the water was still yards away. My fire sputtered, as if the air itself had thickened, against every instinct. I crawled forward until I could see the shimmer of the river through the brush. And there she was, the pale figure again, but closer than ever before, not midstream but drifting just yards from shore. Her hair clung wet to her face, her arms reached out toward land, her eyes locked onto mine. That detail undid me. Before, she had been wild, thrashing, her features blurred in terror. But now her gaze was sharp, deliberate, pleading. She knew I was there. She was screaming at me. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the fire. The man's warning replayed in my head, don't answer. Don't follow. My lips trembled with the urge to shout back, to offer help, to do anything but watch. But I bit down hard until I tasted blood, forcing myself into silence. The figure's arms thrashed harder, slapping water like the wings of a wounded bird. The scream reached a pitch so high I thought it might shatter me from the inside. Then, as before, she vanished. No splash, no sinking, no ripples. The water lay smooth, reflecting the pale light of the sky. I collapsed to my knees, shaking, unable to breathe properly. I had done nothing, and yet I felt as though I'd barely survived a fight. The air seemed drained of all warmth, leaving me shivering violently, though my fire still burned. Sleep never came again that night. I sat awake until the first gray light touched the horizon. Clutching the handle of my axe, though, I knew steel would be useless against what I had seen. The next day, I paddled as though devils chased me. My arms screamed, my back burned, but I could not stop. I wanted out. Out of the current, out of the reach of her voice. But the Yukon is endless, and each bend revealed only more water, more forest, more sky. There was no leaving, not yet. That evening, I considered beaching the canoe and cutting through the woods on foot, abandoning my supplies if I had to. But the land here was as merciless as the river, trackless, bogged, and teeming with bears. My only path was forward, and the river knew it. When night fell again, I refused to make camp. I stayed in the canoe, letting the current take me, the paddle resting useless across my knees. The moon rose, silvering the water. My eyelids drooped with exhaustion, but every time they closed, I saw her face again, pale and screaming. It must have been close to midnight, when the sound returned, not from the distance this time, but directly beneath me. The scream erupted up through the hull of the canoe, vibrating the wood under my legs. I jerked upright, nearly tipping. The river around me boiled, though no wind stirred it. And then, with a sudden lurch, the pale figure rose right beside the canoe. So close her hand slapped against the gunwale. Her skin was the color of moonlight, her nails broken and raw. her mouth opened wider than a mouth should, the scream blasting into my face like hot wind. I lashed out instinctively, shoving at her hand with the paddle. It passed through her like mist, yet the scream did not falter. My ears rang, my chest ached, and for a moment I thought I might throw myself overboard just to end it. Then she was gone. Gone as if she had never been there at all, leaving only the rocking of the canoe and the sound of my ragged breath. I did not stop paddling until dawn. By the time the sun rose that morning, I had lost all sense of calm. I was no longer a man enjoying a journey through familiar wilderness. I was a fugitive, hunted not by flesh and blood, but by something older and stranger, something tied to the river in ways I could not begin to understand. The Yukon, once my lifeline and companion, had become a trap, its surface glittering deceptively in the daylight, as though it held no memory of what it birthed at night. I forced my arms to keep paddling, though the muscles trembled and burned. I told myself that if I could just reach Dawson, if I could just put enough distance between myself and the gravel bars where it began, I might escape her. The river stretched wide around me, endless, indifferent, carrying me deeper into its cold heart. As the day wore on, my exhaustion pulled me toward madness. Every swirl of current seemed to hold a pale face just beneath the surface, vanishing when I blinked. Every branch snagged in an eddy looked like a reaching arm. Ravens followed overhead, their harsh calls echoing like laughter. I whispered to myself as I paddled, nonsense phrases, prayers, curses, anything to keep my voice steady against the silence pressing from the banks. That night I made a choice. I would not land. I would not give her a place to find me. I would ride the current until my body gave out. I secured my gear as best I could, kept the paddle braced across my knees, and let the canoe drift under a sky smudged with clouds. But the river does not need the land to hunt. It began just after midnight. The scream rose not from downstream, not from the middle channel, but from directly beneath the canoe. The wood vibrated violently, the sound shaking through my bones. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The noise was inside me, burrowing into my skull. The canoe jolted sideways, water sloshing over the rim. My paddle slid free, nearly lost to the current. I lunged for it, and in that instant, her face rose out of the black water between my hands. Eyes wide, skin pale, hair plastered to her cheeks. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, the scream blasting out with such force, I swore the water itself shook. I screamed back then, not words, just raw sound torn from my lungs, a desperate refusal. My voice mingled with hers, two screams crashing against each other like colliding waves. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw something flicker behind her eyes, a shift, almost like recognition. Then her hand shot upward, fingers curling around the rim of the canoe. I kicked at it, struck with the paddle, but my blows met only cold spray. The hand dissolved into water, her face melting away with it. The canoe rocked violently, then steadied. The scream cut off, leaving me gasping in silence. When dawn finally broke, I was a ruin. My throat raw, my arms useless, my mind fractured. I pulled ashore at a muddy bend, collapsed on the bank, and slept as though I had been beaten. It was nearly evening when I woke, and for the first time since it began, I thought about turning back. Dawson seemed impossibly far, and I could not endure another night. But something told me the screamer would not release me so easily. If I turned back, she would follow. If I stayed, she would come. The only path was forward. That night, I lit a fire larger than I had ever dared, piling driftwood until the flames leapt high. I sat close, clutching the axe across my knees, though I knew it was useless. My eyes stung with smoke, but I welcomed it. Anything to mask the smell of river water that seemed to cling to me. The scream came later than usual, almost as though she waited, letting fear settle into my bones before striking. When it came, it was not a single voice. It was many, dozens, maybe hundreds, all screaming together in a chorus that rose from the river and rolled across the sky. Men, women, children. Their cries blended into a single tidal wave of agony. I staggered to my feet, hands clamped over my ears, but there was no escape. The river boiled with pale shapes, faces rising and sinking, mouths open in endless shrieks. Arms flailed, fingers clawed, bodies twisting in impossible contortions. And among them all, the woman, the one I had first seen, rose higher than the rest, her face fixed on mine. "Help me." The words were clear this time, cutting through the cacophony. Not just a scream, but a plea. Her voice was hoarse, ragged, yet it carried with undeniable force. I stumbled backward. The warning the man had given me replayed in my head. Don't answer. Don't follow. But how could I stand and do nothing as she begged for help? My entire body trembled with the urge to step into the water, to reach for her. "Help me," she said again, her arms outstretched. Her eyes filled with such despair that I nearly broke. My mouth opened. The word hovered on my tongue. Yes. And then something inside me cracked. An understanding that came not from logic, but from some primal, ancient place. The plea was not for salvation. It was a lure. The river itself begged for me, using her voice, her face, her suffering as bait. To answer would be to surrender, to let the Yukon take me into its screaming depths. I bit down on the word, choking it back, and instead shouted. "No." My voice rang against the night, thin and small against the roar, but it was mine. The figures convulsed, their screams rising to a pitch that tore the sky. The woman's face twisted, the pleading melting into rage. Her eyes darkened. Her mouth stretched wider, wider, until it split her face in half. The scream that followed blasted the fire flat, sending sparks into the night. I fell to my knees, sure my eardrums would burst, sure my mind would split open. Then, silence. I lifted my head slowly. The river flowed smooth and dark, reflecting the stars. The figures were gone. The air was still. Only the normal sounds of the wilderness remained. The rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. I sat there until dawn, unable to move, staring at the water with hollow eyes. When I finally reached Dawson days later, I was a shell of myself. My friends said I looked 10 years older. My hair streaked with gray that had not been there before. I told them nothing of what I'd seen. Some truths could not be shared without sounding like madness, and besides, I feared that speaking of her would invite her back. I left the Yukon soon after, sold the canoe, abandoned the gear, swore I would never again set foot on that river. But the sound never left me. Even now, years later, I wake in the night to the echo of her scream. So vivid I sometimes stumble to the window, expecting to see her pale face staring up at me from the street below. The river still runs, carrying her voice. And though I escaped, I know she waits for me. Sooner or later, all rivers run together, and when mine does, I fear the screamer will be there, her mouth open wide, her arms reaching at last. My name is Lily Tran, and for 5 years I worked as a seasonal fire lookout in the mountains of Central Oregon. The job required long stretches of solitude in a tower perched high above dense forest, with nothing but binoculars, logbooks, and radios to keep me tethered to the outside world. It was the kind of work most people would consider unbearable, but for me it was strangely comforting. There was a rhythm to it. Wake early, scan the ridges, note the shape and rise of the clouds, check for lightning strikes, and above all else, watch for smoke. Smoke was the language of danger out there, and it was my responsibility to translate it, to catch its whisper before it became a roar. The tower itself was not much more than a box of wood and glass, a single room cabin balanced on a spindly set of supports, accessible only by a steep staircase that swayed in the wind. At night, the creaks and groans of the structure seemed amplified, echoing against the vast dark sky, reminding me that I was just a fragile human lodged in a skeleton of timber. Beyond the glass windows stretched miles of untouched wilderness, the shadows of ponderosa pines, ridges that folded into one another, and valleys that sank into blackness where the sun never seemed to reach. My routine was strict. At dawn I brewed coffee, thick and bitter, and then began my first sweep with the binoculars. Every column of vapor had to be noted in the logbook: smoke plumes, cloud banks, fog rising from the rivers. Even the harmless wisps of morning mist had their place. The Forest Service drilled into us that precision mattered. A plume misjudged as a cloud could mean disaster. For the first 2 weeks of that summer season, nothing was out of the ordinary. The air was dry but not yet volatile. A handful of prescribed burns showed themselves across the horizon. Controlled flames, set by crews to prevent larger disasters later. I logged them diligently. I radioed in. I ate canned beans, cracked sunflower seeds, and read books until the pages blurred into sleep. The isolation, though sharp at first, soon dulled. Then came the evening that unsettled everything. The light was draining from the sky in shades of bruise, colored purple. I sat with my binoculars pressed to my face, tracing the ridgelines one last time before filing my daily report. That was when I noticed it. A tree, at least. I thought it was a tree that hadn't been there before. It stood on the far ridge, distinct from the others, taller by several feet. Its crown pointed unnaturally sharp, like a spear thrust into the earth. What truly caught me, though, was the symmetry. Trees are living things. They sway, they bend, they break. But this one rose straight as a nail, too perfect, too deliberate. I leaned against the glass of the tower, blinking to be sure I wasn't misjudging distance or playing tricks on myself. The tree remained unmoving, out of place. I opened my logbook and scribbled a quick line. Unusual growth on West Ridge. Possibly lightning snag. That was the closest explanation I could conjure, though something about it itched at me. The next morning, I checked again. The ridge looked the same as ever, though I couldn't pick out the odd tree in the early haze. By midday, I'd convinced myself it was a trick of the light. Sunsets do strange things in the mountains, and fatigue can warp the edges of perception. I let it go. 2 nights later, the unease returned. The sun had set, leaving behind a smear of blood-red horizon, and I swept my binoculars across the ridges once again. My breath hitched when I found it. The tree was closer. Not by a great distance, but unmistakably so. Perhaps half a ridge nearer to my tower. Still taller than its companions. Still unnaturally straight. I set the binoculars down, pressing my palms against my eyes until colors swam in the darkness. When I looked again, it remained, silent, looming, I told myself it could be explained. Perspective shifts. A new angle. The human mind is terrible at measuring distances over miles of uneven terrain. That's what I repeated as I logged another note in my book. I didn't radio it in. I didn't want to sound over the airwaves. But by then, I had started to dread the nightly sweeps. 3 days later, it moved again. The ridge beneath it was unmistakable now, a closer slope that rolled down toward the valley floor. I didn't need binoculars to spot it. The tree rose higher than the others around it, perfectly rigid, perfectly unnatural. I remember pacing the tower floor, the boards creaking under my boots. "It's a tree," I said aloud, as though hearing the words would make them true. "It's just a tree." But even as I repeated it, I couldn't make myself believe it. That night I dreamed of the thing. I dreamed it had no bark, no branches, only a pale, smooth body that stretched higher than it should, tapering to a crown that pierced the sky. In the dream it swayed, not with the wind but as if it were listening, waiting for me to see it. When I woke, sweat had soaked my shirt. I didn't sleep the following night, instead sitting in the dark with my binoculars fixed on the ridge. The tree didn't move that time. Or maybe I just didn't catch it in the act. By the end of that week, I'd stopped calling it a tree altogether. In my logbook, the entries changed. New form on West Ridge. Tall, rigid, possibly dead pine snag. Then, unidentified structure. Shape inconsistent with growth pattern. By then, I wasn't writing for the Forest Service anymore. I was writing for myself. A record. Proof that I hadn't imagined it. The silence of the tower grew heavier. At night, when the wind gusted, the structure rattled like a drumskin, and I would feel the presence of that thing across the ridges, watching me, waiting. I couldn't explain why I knew it, but I did. The way you know someone is staring at you from across a room, even if you never lift your eyes. I considered radioing it in after all. But what would I say? There's a tree that wasn't there before, and it's moving closer every night. They would have laughed, or worse, noted me as unstable. Out here, stability was currency. If the service thought you were cracking, they wouldn't let you back. And I needed this work. So I kept quiet. The following evening brought fog. Thick low clouds that clung to the valleys like gauze. My sweep was nearly pointless, but I forced myself to do it anyway, scanning where the ridges should have been. The beam of my flashlight cut into the fog, but revealed little. The world outside the tower had shrunk to a void, a blank page. When the fog finally lifted near dawn, my stomach dropped. The Watcher, because that's what I had begun calling it, quietly, in my head, was closer again. This time there was no denying it. It had crossed into the valley floor. It was halfway between the far ridge and my own tower. I stood frozen. Binoculars pressed so hard against my face, they left bruises on the bridge of my nose. My throat locked, refusing to swallow. It hadn't just edged forward. It had crossed miles of wilderness in a single night, and the trees around it seemed to shy away. Their branches bent, leaving a clearing around the shape, as though the forest itself did not want to touch it. For the first time, I felt genuine terror that I could not rationalize away. I tried not to look for it during the day, but I couldn't help myself. My eyes strayed to the valley over and over. Each time it was there, impossibly tall, impossibly straight, a singular mark against the otherwise natural slope. Always closer. I stopped writing in the logbook. I stopped making full sweeps. My world narrowed to one thing, that impossible figure inching toward me. By the end of the second week, it had reached the base of my ridge, and that was when the nights grew different. The wind carried something new, sounds threaded between the gusts. Not words, not exactly, but patterns. A long hush that rose and fell like breath, followed by a silence so deep I swore I could hear the tower's nails tightening in the wood. Once, just before dawn, I swore I heard my own name carried in the dark, almost spur, almost gentle, curling up the tower walls. I didn't sleep after that. Not really. I sat in my chair with my boots on, my radio clutched in one hand, though I never keyed it. I had thought I was alone in the wilderness, but I was being watched. And every night the watcher came closer. By the end of the second week, the thing I once convinced myself was just a tree had reached the base of the ridge. From my tower window, I could see its outline against the moonlit slope, taller than anything around it, perfectly rigid, a wrong vertical line carved into the forest. I had written dozens of false explanations in my logbook: lightning snag, perspective error, phantom growth, but none of those lies felt strong enough anymore. This was movement, deliberate. The tower that once felt like sanctuary now felt like a glass lantern dangling in the dark. Its walls gave me a panoramic view of the wilderness, but in return I was fully exposed. The thing didn't need to climb far. All it had to do was keep moving, night after night, until it reached me. That evening, the wind howled hard enough to rattle every window pane. I pressed my face to the glass and focused on the valley, forcing myself to confront what I didn't want to see. The pale shaft stood there, sharper than ever in the moonlight, its tip like a spear point. I thought I saw a bend halfway up, like a joint something trees should not have. I jerked away and told myself not to look again. Sleep didn't come. Instead, I lay in the cot with the radio pressed against my chest, every sound exaggerated in the silence. The tower has its own voicey, the creak of the wood, the occasional tick of cooling nails, the sigh of wind slipping through the seams. But that night something else threaded between those sounds. A low vibration, not quite a growl, not quite a hum. It pulsed, steady as a heartbeat. I sat up when I heard it. 3 distinct groans of weight on the wooden staircase below. My skin prickled. Something heavy had set foot on the first steps. I waited for the trapdoor handle to rattle, but nothing followed. Just 3 slow steps, then silence. When dawn finally split the horizon, I forced myself into routine. Binoculars clenched so hard they bruised my brow. I swept the ridges out of duty more than intent, but my eyes kept snapping back to the slope directly below me. The thing had moved again. It was no longer in the valley. It had climbed halfway up. That was the first day I broke protocol and locked the base door. Official rules demanded towers remain unlocked in case rangers or fire crews needed shelter. But the thought of something pushing that open in the dark left me cold. I snapped the padlock shut and pocketed the key. I told myself that if it reached my ridge, if it ever stood level with me, I'd call for extraction. I even rehearsed the words I would use. I wouldn't mention the watcher. I'd say I was ill, unfit to continue. Anything to get a replacement. But the truth is I was already unraveling. That night the vibration returned, deeper now, shuddering through the tower floorboards until the lamp on my desk trembled. The noise wasn't random anymore. It had a rhythm, almost like speech. My mind leaned toward it, desperate to make sense of the sounds, and I swore I heard syllables forming. My name nearly slipped into it, half born in the resonance. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the hum seemed to come from inside my chest. At some hour between midnight and dawn, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The air was so still my ears rang. Against every instinct, I crept to the glass and looked out. The slope was empty. The watcher was gone. Panic surged through me. I snatched the binoculars and swept every line of trees, the valley, the ridges. Nothing. Only the familiar sway of pines in the breeze. For the first time in weeks, I laughed. Short, manic, desperate. Maybe it had been exhaustion. Maybe it had never been real. Then the tower shifted. The floor tilted under me, just slightly, but enough to send the coffee mug sliding across the desk. I froze. That movement hadn't come from the wind. It was weight. Something pressed against the supports. The vibration returned, louder than ever, rising directly from beneath the tower. The boards under my boots buzzed like a drumhead struck by a hand. The trapdoor rattled, the padlock clinking against the wood as though brushed from below. I grabbed the radio. Tower 19 to base. I choked, my voice ragged. I need relief, urgent, requesting immediate extraction. Static hissed back. I tried again. Base, do you copy? This is Tower 19. Emergency. Nothing. Only a long exhale, like breath pressed against the speaker. The entire structure shuddered as if giant hands were testing its strength. A crack spidered across one window pane. The desk lamp toppled. I pressed myself into the farthest corner, clutching the useless radio like a talisman. The hum grew until my bones vibrated with it, until I thought I might split apart from the sound. And then it stopped. The weight lifted. The tower stilled. I stayed pressed in that corner until light filtered through the trees. My muscles ached. But I didn't move until the world outside brightened fully. When I finally staggered toward the center of the room, I noticed the dust on the trapdoor. A handprint marked it. Too large, too long, its fingers like roots dragging outward. The handprint didn't fade with the morning light. It clung there in the dust of the trapdoor. 5 impossibly long digits, spread wide as if something had pressed its weight down and then dragged itself away. I couldn't look at it for long. My eyes watered, as though they were rejecting the shape entirely. I shoved the desk over the hatch, then the chair, then the cot. It was a pathetic barricade. I knew the trapdoor opened upward, not down, so anything too strong enough to leave that mark could fling my furniture aside without effort. Still, the act of stacking those objects gave me the illusion of control. By midday, I had convinced myself I would leave. Rules, radio silence, embarrassment. They meant nothing anymore. Survival did. I stuffed what little food I had left into my pack, slung the radio across my chest, and descended the tower stairs. My boots crunched the dry earth at the base. The forest was too quiet. No birdsong, no scolding squirrels. No insects. The silence was thick, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I started down the trail that wound 12 miles toward the ranger station. The first mile felt endless. Every step carried the weight of exposure. My eyes kept snapping to the ridges, the valleys, the places where I had watched the thing appear and reappear. Each bend in the path made my skin prickle. The silence pressed in until I wanted to scream, if only to prove I still had a voice. Halfway through the second mile, I stopped. The trees were wrong. At first, I couldn't name it, only that my stomach twisted as I scanned the trunks around me. Then it hit me. They were closer together than they had been before. The trail felt narrower. I turned in a slow circle, heart pounding. Every pine seemed to lean, their crowns angling not toward the sun, but toward me. I quickened my pace, boots slapping dirt. The narrowness grew worse. Soon I was shoving through branches that hadn't been there on my last patrol hike. The forest was closing around me, hurting me. I broke into a run. My breath roared in my ears. The trail twisted and bent until I no longer recognized it. At one point, I nearly collided with a trunk that seemed to have sprouted directly in the path. Its bark pale, its surface too smooth. Not bark at all. I stumbled backward, staring. The trunk rose without branches, without breaks, higher and higher until I lost it in the canopy. It was the same unnatural shaft I'd seen across the ridges. The Watcher hadn't been approaching the tower. The forest itself had been delivering me to it. I bolted. Branches whipped my arms, tore my shirt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The air grew heavy, vibrating with that deep hum again. It seemed to press from all directions, pushing me toward the ridge where the tower stood. I broke through the underbrush and gasped. There was the tower ahead, the same tower I had just left behind me. My own tracks were fresh in the dirt. I had run in a circle. I wanted to collapse. Instead, I staggered up the steps 2 at a time and slammed the hatch shut, me dragging the barricade back into place with shaking arms. My lungs burned, my throat raw. I didn't know whether I had escaped or delivered myself into its waiting arms. Night fell like a shroud. The hum never stopped this time. It pulsed through the tower until the glass rattled, until my teeth ached. I curled on the cot with the radio pressed to my ear, whispering into it, begging for someone to answer. Nothing came through but the hiss of static, and sometimes, worse, a faint sound like breath exhaling from the speaker. Near midnight, the windows darkened. Not with night, but with shadow. Something immense blocked the moonlight. I forced myself to crawl to the glass. The Watcher stood only feet away. It had shape now. Not a tree, not even pretending anymore. The body was pale, trunk-like, but it bent in places where limbs should bend. Its height dwarfed the tower. Where a face should be was a smooth expanse, save for a single vertical slit that opened and closed slowly, like a breathing wound. The hum deepened until I swore my skull would split. My own breath sensed with it, my chest rising and falling in the same rhythm, as though my body were no longer my own. Then the slit opened wider. A voice came out, not in words I understood, but in tones that struck directly against thought, bypassing language. Images flared behind my eyes. Ridges swallowed by fire, towers splintering under weight, forests bending into shapes that weren't natural. I saw myself, not in the tower but within the Watcher, my limbs stretched long, my face erased, standing tall among the other pines. I screamed. The glass cracked under the force of the sound. The vision broke, leaving me gasping on the floor. The Watcher didn't move. It only stood there, taller than the tower, silent again, as though waiting. I don't remember the rest of that night clearly. My memory fractures. The radio sparking with bursts of static, the tower tilting in the windless dark, the trapdoor bulging upward against the weight of my barricade. At some point I must have blacked out. When dawn came, the forest was ordinary again. Birds sang. The pines swayed gently in the breeze. No Watcher stood by the tower. No shadow darkened the windows. Only the dust mark handprint remained on the trapdoor, faint but unmistakable. That was my last day in the tower. By afternoon, a relief ranger arrived, called, apparently, by my broken, garbled transmissions. His truck ground up the service road I hadn't been able to find the day before. When he climbed the stairs, he found me sitting in the corner, wide-eyed, unable to explain what had happened. I told him I was sick. That was all. He didn't ask many questions. I suppose I looked the part. I haven't been back to a tower since. But sometimes, when I walk beneath tall pines, I catch myself measuring them, looking for the one that doesn't belong. And every so often, I feel it again. The hum in my bones, steady as breath, waiting for me to notice.